1, 2, 3.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, from the Indian Association ground at Balestier Road in Singapore. It's a bright sunny morning, but there are predictions of showers. The weatherman says there's 60 to 70% of thunderstorms, chances of a thunderstorm today. For the match today, it's been 1 week of intense competition, and it comes down to this game between Singapore and Nepal to earn the right to play in the next round of qualifiers for the World T20 tournament. It's been a very closely contested tournament. All teams have had very little between them, but Singapore and Nepal have been by far the top teams and rightly are in this position. We're now going to take a look at the wicket. It looks to have a sheen on it as we walk across the wicket. You can see that there's a there's a hard sheen on the track, and that promises to be a nice bouncy wicket with a lot of assistance for the batsmen. There's been only one game played on this wicket so far. That was between Kuwait and Qatar, and that was a very high scoring affair, with one team scoring 197 and the other falling only 12 runs short. That said, it's a final of sorts, and you win the toss. You want to put the runs on the board and back yourself to defend them. Came towards the later part of my, he didn't play under me too much, and he kind of played after as a Samanda, yes. Samanda played with me quite a bit. Buddhika, you know Buddhika? And
A very good morning to you, folks. We're coming to you live from the beautiful Singapore Singapore Indian Association, I should say, apologies, ground for the ICC T20 World Cup Asia final for the qualifiers. And today we are going to see Singapore, the host country, taking on Nepal, which is virtually a final for this tournament. The team that wins today will make it through to the next stage of the qualifiers for the T20 World Cup to be held in Australia next year. I'm Kash Patel, your commentator, along with Mr. Zubin Shroff, who is joining me here in the commentary box, former captain for Singapore from 2001 to 2005, and also an opening batsman for Singapore. Welcome, Zubin, sir.
thank you, Kash. Delighted to be here, and very, very excited given that there's a very, very vested interest in Singapore doing well today. The boys have done very well, and very excited.
Oh, absolutely, and I would certainly add to that. Of course, as commentators, we would be expected to be neutral. However, of course, you and I are both gunning for Singapore. What are your thoughts on the tournament so far? Your personal highlights amongst all the teams, the top three.
I think I said this at the pitch report. It's been an interesting tournament. There's been a lot of closely fought games, and if you look at the points table, it's interesting to see how far ahead Singapore is, for example, on that net run rate, and I think that was down to the one game they had against Malaysia, which was where they sort of blew Malaysia away. But it's been quite close. There's not much on the points between the teams either. Qatar almost there, but just not good enough. Singapore at 5 points at the top of the table. Another interesting point is if this game gets washed out, then it does help Singapore, because if the teams split points, not that anyone wants a result like that. You want to win
always and go to the next round. There was a lot of things said about the size of the ground and how people were expecting this to be a very, very high scoring tournament, and it's been interesting to see how many players have been caught on the boundary. So it can be a bit enticing when you look at those shorter boundaries, but you still got to clear them.
Oh yes, absolutely. You're spot on about that. What about performances? As we see the Singapore team on the screen, I'll ask you about performances shortly. Since we have the team on the screen, why don't we go through the playing 11 today? Singapore, led by Amjad Mahboob, who has been a very good servant of Singapore cricket over many years, a very wily medium fast bowler, I would say, very clever, mixes up his pace very well. Also Ananta Krishna, leg spinner, Anish Param, homegrown talent, a very talented young cricketer.
Plays a lot of his cricket at Australia.
Yes, he has indeed in the last 2-3 years, I believe, in Tasmania, and done well over there too. Chetan Suryawanshi, former captain, another stalwart of Singapore cricket, played for Singapore for many years. Young fast bowler Janak Prakash, a very hard-working, very honest cricketer, always giving him 100% on the field. Manpreet Singh, very good addition to the Singapore squad, also going to be keeping the wickets, and he bats in the top order. Seladori Vijay Kumar, spinner. Rohan Rangarajan, another talented young opening bat.
Yes.
Vinod Bhaskaran, left arm orthodox and a left-handed batsman. Again, a very, very handy bowler and bat. Surendra Chandramohan, who we saw against Malaysia, scored the first 50 for T20 for Singapore in T20 International. Another explosive batsman. And Timothy David, who has been a recent addition to the squad, first-class cricketer over in Western Australia, as well as played the Big Bash League for Perth Scorchers last year as well. Your thoughts on the team, Zubin, sir?
It's it's been a journey. You know, when I joined the selection committee almost 4 to 5 years ago, I mean, we knew we were looking to build a side. Not just for 1 or 2 tournaments, but one that grows progressively. And what we found is that the boys have worked incredibly hard. I also want to add here all the support staff and the work done by Bilal, the coach. It's just, you've seen the boys work very, very hard. They're beginning to get some of the results that we have been anticipating. And there aren't any, you could now say there's a star of sorts in Timothy David, who plays for the Perth Scorchers and what have you, but it's a team. There's no real individual brilliance that this side depends on, and that is reflected in the performances. It's an all-round team, and they win as a unit.
Look, indeed, Zumin sir, I have seen that in these last couple of years. In fact, I was discussing that with you just before we started the commentary. The effort that has been put in by Singapore Cricket Association, led by Saad Bhai, the former captain of Singapore, has been fantastic. And as we are now starting to see those results along the lines of what you just mentioned, and we hope that the boys continue to put that hard work to further their progress on the world stage. Any other thoughts, Zubin sir, or we can then go through the Nepal lineup?
No, good. Look, what Saad Janjua does for Singapore cricket, he's big, he's big-hearted, he's big on effort. His efforts are untiring, and he is. If you actually stood next to him and there was a moment of silence, you'd hear his brain ticking thinking of what to do next for Singapore cricket. So he's been quite incredible in all his efforts, and I'm sure nobody's happier to see the team do well than he is.
Indeed, indeed. As the game is about to commence in another 11 minutes, folks, we will be bringing you the Nepal playing 11 very shortly. Those of you who are tuned in at home, please like and share the link on your social media, on your Facebook pages, on your Instagram, LinkedIn, wherever else, and ask your friends also to join in and watch and support these two teams. Nepal, of course, ranked quite higher overall than Singapore in the world rankings. They already have ODI status as well, so it is a big game for Singapore. All Singaporeans watching as well at home, do come down to the ground to watch this match. The grounds here at IA are just beautiful. The atmosphere is going to be electric because we are expecting hundreds of Nepali fans to come in to support their team. We hope we will be matched in the crowd by just as many Singaporeans turning up to watch the game as well. Folks, we have on the screen now the Nepal team for you. We'll go through the playing 11. Zubin sir, outside of, I should say, outside of a couple of familiar names for me, I'm not personally very familiar with the Nepal team. Paras Khadka, their captain, who's also the opening bat. I saw him bat the other day in one of the matches. Explosive batsman. Then Gyanendra Malla, Sharad Vesavkar, Basant Regmi, Somal Kami, Dipender Singh Aire. Of course, their jersey number 25 is their most famous export, Sandeep Lamichhane, spinner who has played in the Big Bash League as well as in the Indian Premier League. And I was told this story about Sandeep Lamichhane by my fellow commentator who will be joining us later, Sharon, the other day, that it was Michael Clark who had spotted Sandeep, took him to Sydney to train, and that's what opened up opportunities for him. Karan Casey, Rohit Kumar Pabel, Binod Bhandari, and rounded out by Abhinash Bohara. We have been getting a lot of support online with a lot of Nepali viewers coming in to watch when Nepal plays. No doubt it's going to be the same today. Folks, we wish your team all the best in today's match as well. Do stay tuned in. The action is about to begin in 8 minutes. Zubin sir, players to watch out today?
Look, it's a big game, and that's where you typically go with the big names. You expect them to step up and come to the party. So guys like Paras Khadka, Sandeep Lamichhane, you expect them to bring their A game to the match. But at the same time, if you are the opposition playing against these guys, you're looking for the opportunity to try and make the most of it and probably put one over them. So, yeah, everything to play for today.
Indeed, and much more so for Singapore in today's match. If they win, it'll be a big boost for Singapore cricket, as I was mentioning earlier, folks. Nepal is already well on their way on the world stage. Singapore making some good progress and winning today and going to the next tournament for the World T20 qualifiers, which will be happening in Dubai, which will be the World Finals, out of which I believe 6 teams go to Australia next year to play in the T20 World Cup, which is happening in October 2020. the weather is lovely here this morning. The sun is out, but not quite beaming down yet. There are some clouds about, but definitely it is unlikely to rain, as I was looking up at the weather slightly earlier.
Although there's a forecast for thunderstorms, and Chamal and I were talking about this yesterday, about how often the weatherman gets it wrong, and we hope the weatherman stays true to form and gets it wrong this time as well.
Indeed, I really hope so as well, Zubin, because we do want to see a complete game here.
Absolutely.
It's a beautiful sight, this ground here at IA. The outfield is shaped nicely for the ball to run down along the ground. If hit hard, the groundsman put in a lot of effort on the pitch here as well. I was mentioning the other day in the Singapore-Malaysia match, there are matches happening here all the time with the 3 wickets. They do a fantastic job, as you would have heard in the pitch report that Zubin did this morning as well. Looks like a cracker of a wicket.
It is. There's only been one game played between Kuwait and Qatar, and that was a high-scoring affair, probably the highest-scoring match of the tournament. They've been preserving this wicket for the final, and it looks nice and hard. It was probably just a little damp in the morning, and that should even out with the sun baking over it for the last couple of hours. This ground can be deceptive of sorts. It doesn't look very big, but there's a lot of purchase, there's a lot of return for the shots that you play. Good cricketing shots, you get boundaries over here a lot easier. Batsmen tend to sort of want to go for the big hit and clear the rope every time, not realizing that there's a lot of purchase if they just play good conventional cricket, and a 4 is not that bad a return.
Oh yes, and we're talking about conventional cricket. There was a really good mix of that displayed by Singapore in that chase of 94 against Malaysia, which they chased down in the 14th over. A very good mix of that positive intent of stroking the ball around to keep ticking the singles and the doubles, and then taking in the boundaries. As we see the Nepal team already on the park, and the Singapore batsmen are walking in. Surinder Chandramohan and Rohan Rangarajan, an exciting young talent for Singapore.
We do have Rohan's been a star right from the age group cricket, and he has done well, but this is the game you want to really do well. This is the one where you want to bring your A game to the ground.
Yes, I completely agree with that, Zubin, and all the youngsters watching out there today. I hope you guys will get to see a masterclass in batting, in approach, in intent from these two young batters for Singapore opening their innings. Surinder will be taking strike to face Nepal's opening bowler Sompal Kami. 9:28. Play about to commence, folks. As I was mentioning earlier, please like and share the lead on your social, the link, I should say, on your social media pages, so that more people can watch this exciting encounter about to begin. First ball about to be bowled. Okay, my apologies, folks. It's Rohan who is on strike. Surinder at the non-striker's end. And I figured that out because of that I didn't see that little shimmy of the front leg just before the bowler comes in to bowl that Surinder does. Rohan off the mark with that single in the covers.
Played that down well. Well judged single. Good understanding between the two batsmen. Very important, especially in T20 cricket, because what you don't want to do is give the opposition dot balls, and even a single, as you keep ticking it over, makes a big difference.
Exactly. I mean, it just comes back to the basics of it too, that you want to look to score off every ball. What do you think of the stance there from Surinder and opened up? Is he just eyeing his favorite area? Is that why he's taken that stance? Do you think he wants to hit the ball in a certain area, Zubin?
I've never really been big on stance. It's never made that much of a difference to me. I think what I look for is the balance, and how quickly a player is able to get into position. I mean, talking about stances and talking about twitches, I mean, Steven Smith is a classic example. I mean, you would not, if you didn't know him and you saw him bat in a net, you'd wonder what that man was doing with a bat. But he is he's probably the best, in my opinion, the best test batsman. The only thing I find about Surendran is the way he shapes up to bat, he is going to be inclined to want to get onto the front foot, which is again very typical of players who've grown up playing in South Asia or are of that descent. They like to get on the front foot, versus players who play in Australia or elsewhere, who are probably better of the back foot because of the nature of wickets.
Nicely bowled, that last ball. One for the loss of none. Power play on, folks. First over, only one run. There's still 5 more overs. Singapore would want to make the most of it. Zubin?
Yes, and this is where experience is gold. I think Surendran is finding himself in a situation that he's not too accustomed to, and it sometimes can get, the better of you. It would almost help that the ball flew off the edge and he got a run, and those hands and legs would start moving. He's currently about, he's a few seconds late on the ball, as we call it, and it's the bowler's got the upper hand, and Rohan, on the other hand, was very confident playing it off. He's just played that many more games for Singapore, opening the batting. So I think that was what was visible in that first over. Hopefully, he gets his eye in quickly and gets on his way.
Yes, Singapore definitely needs that.
Interesting ball by Karan. Had us all fooled.
Yes. It's obviously those nerves are on at both ends at the moment. A very important game for both teams.
Yes, and I would think Nepal have more to lose than Singapore, given their reputation and their ranking. They would be expected to win this and get through. That said, cricket's a funny game.
Again, very Artly done by Rohan Rangarajan, stealing a single there. Surinder knows the ground and the conditions very well. I was mentioning the other day when they were playing Malaysia as well. I've seen him hit many big hundreds on this ground as well. So you would hope that he would just let his instincts take over and just back himself to go big.
Instincts, yes, but different opposition here. There's a different caliber that they're playing against, and there he goes. The instincts have taken over. First boundary of the game.
Yep, got enough meat on that one. Although it did look like it didn't really get under it that well, but as you can see, got the result. Look, if Surinder keeps going and stays for most part of the innings, we're going to see a big score, although Singapore bats deep as well. Your thoughts on that shot?
He's getting rid of his nerves. He's decided enough is enough. This is the big game. He's not going to die wondering. He's not. And good on him.
Oh,
He's
yes.
He's taking on the bowler. He's reading it. Karan has bowled both these balls. He's not pitching it up, unlike the opening bowler who was pitching it up and getting it to move. Karan is trying to hit it into the stumps, and that kind of it suits Surinder.
Yes, so far so good. I would love to see him do well from here. And this has been one hit too many.
Yes.
Again,
Didn't want to say it earlier, but this was, you'd feel this was coming. It seemed more like nervous batting than it looked like a plan.
yes, certainly. And having scored 2 back-to-back boundaries, already 9 runs off the over, you wouldn't want to take that risk.
And as I said, experience. This is where the nerves come in. This is where you want to be thinking about your game. This is where 120 balls is a very long time. People often underestimate how long that can be. If you were to target getting a boundary every 5th ball even, or 6th ball, with the bulk of them coming towards the end of the inning, that still puts up a very good score on the scoreboard. And he'd gotten 2 boundaries there, but it is what it is. So batsman in is Tim David, and let's see what he has for us.
Played behind, square by Rohan for another single.
It's a leg by. Signal by the umpire.
Tim's Tim's short stay at the crease the other day against Malaysia, and he was run out. I think he scored about 12 runs, had a couple of boundaries in there. Very good approach, I thought. He was very positive, and played some smart cricket in that short stay.
Well bowled. And there's the experience of Karan coming through. I mean, he was not ruffled. He got hit for 2 boundaries, held his line, focused on what was under his control and got that wicket. So they are a very strong side. They're an experienced side, and that kind of showed in that over where he didn't get disturbed and was able to get the wicket of Surendran.
Yes, and at this level, it is that bit about holding your nerves, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And that's where I think Nepal has the edge over Singapore. It's the experience of playing bigger games, bigger teams. Their players play a very high standard of cricket, and that's going to come in very, very handy to them in this game.
Driven down to mid-off dot ball.
I like Sompal, the way he comes in and sets himself up. He's got a very nice run-up, nice flowing, and a good last stride. You can see by the carry he got on that ball and surprised Rohan Rangarajan. He is one of those deceptive quicker bowlers. They don't look very big. They're just, he's not that big, but he comes in, he bowls a heavy ball.
Yes, that last ball surprised me as well. The way it kicked up.
Well bowled and well played. For one to third man.
Yes, dropped his hands nicely on that one, Rohan, and I feel he's this approach of wanting to take the single and get off strike. If everyone has that throughout the game, it'll definitely help Singapore well, especially as the fourth ball is about to be bowled. Tim
wanted to go for a single there. I think he lost sight of where the fielder was behind the non-striker and quickly retreated back to his crease. Very good, another very good over shaping up by Sompal. He's bowled really well. He's been the pick of the two bowlers so far for me, although I know it's Karan who got the wicket, but he's steaming in, he's hitting the deck hard and bowling a very good line.
Yes, not giving an inch. Played nicely by Tim around his legs for that single. That run that Tim wanted to take earlier, I was mentioning the other day when he got run out with Surendran at the other end. It's also that he's just recently joined the squad. Most of these players they have played with each other over long periods of time.
Well bowled.
Indeed.
He did him for pace on that one, hurried him, and another leg by. Couldn't come down quick enough on the ball. Rohan?
Yes. Well, yes, that run out side of it, as I was mentioning with Timothy, and I think that's possibly also something to do with it. I mean, he obviously is keen to get runs, keen to get off strike, but when you don't have that much experience of playing against each other, it does make it that tad bit harder, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, this game is played a lot between the years, and it's all down to what you're thinking and the mindset. In the meantime, Karan comes in, bowls.
Pitched up nicely. there's still about 3 overs of the power play left. At some stage, you would expect them to try and hit a couple over the top.
I would just focus on playing good cricket. Again, it's a bit like short boundaries, and you know how they can entice you into a false sense of confidence. I think power plays, I'm sure there's data on this somewhere, but if we actually look at it statistically, you'll be amazed at how many wickets are lost during power plays, simply because the batsmen are trying or over trying. Batting is best when it's reactive, when you react to a situation, or you react rather than try and, unless you're the likes of Viv Richards or Aravinda De Silva, or look at how David Warner is batting now. He's playing the game rather than his approach from a few years ago. And you look at the change in the quantum of runs that he's making and the consistency. So they've got to keep the power play out of their minds and just focus on good batting. It's still a long way to go. There's 17 overs almost left in this game. That is 100. That's about 98 balls, if you may, and a lot can happen between now and then.
Indeed, very well said, Zubin.
It usually is also the best opposition bowlers that are bowling to you in the power plays. So you got to keep that in mind. You got to know which bowlers you're going to pick on, who are the ones you're going to score off. Do your homework. Good single by Tim there. I like this approach where they're dropping the ball and taking the singles. It at least keeps the scoreboard ticking.
Totally agree. I mean, as much as you want to see as an audience boundaries being scored, if you're not going to continue to rotate the strike, it is always going to hurt you.
Well, the other thing is, if it was all boundaries, nobody would want to be bowlers then, right? It's you got to give credit to the bowlers where it's due. They're bowling exceptionally well, and they've really got these two batsmen tied down. And it's a game where you give respect to the situation, the opposition, and you wait for your turn.
Oh yes, I mean, and like you were mentioning just then as well, you have to look to go after that fourth, fifth bowler. There is going to be somewhere those opportunities you're going to get for those loose balls. Okay. Rohan wanted to try and swat that over square, but got a thick inside edge. He wouldn't complain though, I'm sure.
He'll take the 4 runs, although he would have probably wanted that to go through covers, which is or long off, or wherever he was trying to hit that ball. I'm not too sure. But it's a welcome boundary for Singapore, and they should just ease the nerves a little bit. It also tells you they fancy Karan more. They've taken more chances against him.
Again, tried to drop that ball into the pitch to run a single. Fielded well by the Nepal fielder at short cover.
I reckon the fielder would have run the batsman out by just walking to the stump had they gone for that run. But good over for Singapore. I think that saw 6 runs coming from it. Not much to talk about in terms of a run rate yet, but these two need to consolidate, get their eye in, and once they're in, you think they'd get a move on from there.
Yes, and you do want to do that. I mean, Malaysia the other day in the match when they lost those couple of quick wickets against Singapore, they lost that momentum. They were in 2 minds and didn't go for runs at all, which didn't help their cause. Folks, this live telecast of the match being brought to you exclusively by the Singapore Cricket Association and WEC Sports. There's a lot of effort and planning that goes into bringing this to you guys in your lounge rooms, and we certainly hope you will stay throughout the game and bring your friends in by sharing the link as well on your Facebook pages.
And the player we were all talking about, Sandeep Lamichhane, coming into bowl now. It's a very good run by Rohan. He backed up his partner really well. It's very easy taking the good runs for yourself, but you know, when you do it for your partner, that inspires a lot of confidence.
Oh yes, it's very well said. It's something. In fact, my son plays, and I always say to him, don't go to the danger end when you're running.
Spoken like a dad.
Yes. Another single. They just keep motoring along those singles. I think it'll go a long way as I keep repeating it. But also, I'll wait for the ball to be bowled.
It'll keep them in the game. It won't help them win it, but it'll keep them in the game. This is a very, very experienced and a very strong Nepal team. Lamichhane is a very seasoned experience compared to the players on the field. He's played with the bigwigs, and that'll reflect in the confidence that he brings to the ground.
That was a bit of a hopeful appeal, I thought. Was definitely going down leg, as you can see in the replay here. Zubin sir, I'd love to hear. Oh, nicely played by Timothy behind square for a boundary. As you see in the replay there.
He just pulled that down too much, Lamichhane, and Tim latched onto it instantly. The previous ball was a little more pitched up, and that's where he had him in two minds, and that allowed appeal. And again, well bowled.
Well bowled and well played.
And well played, yes.
Yeah, young Timothy is definitely one to not mess about. He wants to keep going. You can see from the approach. Oh, nicely played. Very nicely played by Ron Rangarajan. Straight down the ground for a 6.
See, that's a much better shot than the one he tried 2 balls ago, where he tried a bit of a slog sweep. If you are going to play a bowler of Lamichhane's class, then you need to be doing that well. You can't be losing your shape against him. A really good shot, stepped out and dispatched that. That would probably go for 6 on most grounds.
And that will also give him a lot of confidence for this innings as well, taking on Lamichhane. As the over is about to switch over, I will now take a short break and ask Sharon Swaminathan to join Zubin for the next few overs. We'll see you back in a short while, folks.
Thanks, Cash. Hey, Zubin, how you going?
Hi, Sharan.
Interesting start. Singapore would be happy with the start?
Absolutely. They're doing 7 and over. almost in the first 5. You're against an opponent who is ranked higher and a strong side. Definitely a good start, and need to continue from here.
As we can see, Basant Regmi, left arm orthodox, coming into bowl. He tends to bowl a bit slower in the air, trying to tempt the batsman to play. And Timothy's gone over mid-on for 4 of the first ball, looking to put the pressure on the bowler straight away.
The 2 shots, the 2 boundaries that Timothy has played so far, he's known exactly where the fielders are. He knew the long on, the fielder at mid-on was up in the circle. He didn't try to hit it too hard or go for 6. He just wanted to get it over the fielder, and that's exactly what he did. Smart batting. It'll be interesting to see how the bowler responds to this.
The bowler's moving his deep square leg to a cow corner, looking at that shot. Probably wants to target Timothy's pads and flight it in so he can tempt a slog towards cow corner. That's interesting. That's the second time a bowler has done this, Zubin.
Yeah, it's an old bowler's trick to sometimes see what the batsman does as a trigger or a movement. I don't think it's always done because the ball was going to slip out of the hand. Smart bowlers do it. And that's another beautiful shot by Tim David. He has creamed that through covers.
He certainly looks on strong, Zubin. It's really important if Singapore wants to get a good total around the 190 mark, which is what has been sort of predicted in terms of score for this wicket. It's key that Tim stays to it till the end.
Yes, it is. And, you know, he plays his cricket in Australia, and we all know the type of cricket they play in Australia, which is good, hard, aggressive cricket. And what he's done here is he's taken the challenge to the bowler in the first 3 balls. Good batting. Getting off strike after 2 boundaries in the over. Smart play. It's an interesting field Regmi has set. He's got protection on long on and deep mid wicket, and that means he's really got to keep the ball in and around middle stump, which is okay given that the ball is new. But you know, we saw that shot go through covers, which was a ball that sort of flighted and pitched way outside off stump. So he's got to be very careful of his line and make sure there's no room given on the offside.
Again, Basant trying to tempt Rohan into a big shot there. He's actually got the long off back and mid-wicket, and he's hoping if the batsman goes for a big shot, he would get the leading edge too long off.
Yes, he did that. I think he did that for Rohan, where he got the long off back. He had long on and mid-wicket for Tim.
Pushed away towards cow corner for a single. Basant Regmi, a very experienced campaigner for Nepal, been playing with them for a long time. One of the key members in assisting Nepal towards ODI status. He's an experienced campaigner, certainly gone for runs off his first over.
And I'm sure he's got a few tricks up his sleeve. He won't be done by this 1 over. The batsman may have gotten the better of him this time, but it's important that and there we see in the last ball he beat Rohan all ends up. Experience counts. It always does.
Looks like Lamichane just had that 1 over, and they've gone back to Sompal Kami, who opened the innings for Nepal with his bowling. He's a pretty skiddy character, bowls around the 130, 135 click. and tends to skid and rush the batsman a bit. Does have a decent bouncer as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes against Tim Davids.
I like Sompal. I like the way, I was saying this earlier, I like the way I like his approach to the wicket. It's very balanced. He gets good momentum as he comes in, and he's got a good action. He looks balanced. He's just a little open-chested, I think, as if he rotated himself a little more, maybe he'll get a little more movement both ways, but otherwise he looks really good coming into bowl.
Yeah, he's that typical rhythm sort of bowler. When you know on his day, he runs in really well. Everything's going towards the batsman in terms of energy, hand, legs, entire body movement. You know he's going to certainly create some trouble. Played nice and late by Rohan, but straight through to the point fielder. One thing really impressive about Rohan, especially during the start of the innings, Zubin, is he tends to play the ball really late and tries to nudge it around towards that point and backward point area for singles, which is not an easy thing to do, but he sort of mastered that art of opening the batting and just trying to rotate the singles as much as he can.
Indeed, and which is why you see against the spinners on the 2 occasions so far, he's got that slog sweep that he tries, and I don't know why he does that, because he's such a good player coming down the track and playing a conventional cricket shot. You see he likes the ball coming onto the bat in the beginning, but he's a good player technically, and just the odd time, and that becomes his downfall on a lot of occasions where he tends to give his wicket away, but otherwise a very, very good prospect.
That's extremely well fielded at fine leg. Put in the dive, really quick outfield. Ball was absolutely racing away to the boundary, and he's restricted the batsman for 2 runs.
Very good cricket all round. That was short into Tim, and he did well to play that towards backward square leg, and great fielding on the boundary there. Certainly saved 2.
That ball would have usually been at a batsman's throat unless it was Tim Davids, where it was just at his hips.
Oh, cracking shot.
Absolutely caressed through backward point by Tim. He backed away, gave himself some room, and hit that through backward point. Fantastic shot. He certainly looks like he's on song. He's coming with that attitude and that intent this innings. Singapore will be looking for him to go big. I was talking to the CEO of the Singapore Cricket Association, Mr. Saad Khan Janjua, and he mentioned Tim and the SCA have been in touch for the last 3 to 4 years to see what was his... Oh, that's full toss down leg side, tickled away, straight to fine leg for 4. That's what pressure does to you. As I was mentioning, Zubin, Mr. Saad mentioned Tim and SC have been in touch for the last 3 to 4 years to see what Tim was looking at from a career pathway standpoint, and when the opportunity arose for him to arrive here in Singapore to represent the nation, and he qualified, it sort of aligned with regards to SCA's interests as well as for Tim. So it's great to see that something like this has worked out.
Yes, and this is credit here goes. I think it's the ICC and how they've created the qualification. One is if you're born, and they just want more teams having more good players to play cricket for them. There's a lot of the big nations, or the ones with larger cricket playing populations, have it better that way. They have a bigger pool of players to pick from. Tim certainly helps Singapore cause, and he helps the Singapore cause, and given the standard of cricket that he plays in Western Australia, I think it must have been a tough decision for him, because every decision has its implications.
Rohan down the ground, hits it straight over long off. I was predicting this. Rohan's someone who has extremely itchy feet, and when it comes to a spinner and someone who flights it to the likes of Basant, he's not the sort of player that's going to sit back and let the bowler dictate terms.
And this is the difference I was talking about, where he plays a proper conventional cricketing shot versus going down on one knee and trying to just hit it. He tried that in the first over with Basant. Basant doing the right thing. He's tempting the batsman to make a mistake, and
That's a cracking shot behind point. Basant now bowled a ball pitched up. He's gone down the track, tried to shorten it a little bit, and Rohan's caressed it through backward point. Really good batting here. Certainly put pressure back onto the bowler. This is the third over in the row that the batsmen have certainly put pressure onto the bowler in the first few deliveries. So Singapore approaching each over with the right mindset.
and they're doing it by good batting. It's pretty risk-free so far. The shots played have been very high caliber. Basant seems to be a little off color. He's giving the ball good air, but he's just not sort of getting his line right like he did there.
That's a much better ball. You could see that he's put a little bit more body into that ball, and hence he's able to get the right length and the right pace on the ball as well.
The ball he got hit for 6, full credit, because it's there. He's inviting the batsman. He's playing his card there, and the batsman's taken him on. But it was the ball after that that I thought was a bit of a poor follow-through. Short and wide outside off stump, which Rohan punished for 4. That's very well hit. That's very well hit down the ground for 4.
Tim's absolutely smashed that ball straight past the bowler for a single. It was just a check drive, but he managed to get enough meat on it to get 4 runs. Singapore going at almost 10 runs and over. Really good start. That's a misfield towards car corner that's helped Tim Davids to come back for the second run. Really good batting by both Tim and Rohan. Both of them have accelerated the innings, have got a couple of boundaries in the last 2 or 3 overs. They're certainly putting Singapore on track to get a good total. Nepal, on the other hand, needs something to break this partnership.
This is where the experience should come in. They need to just slow things down a little. Regmi just readjusting his field. He nearly took his partner out there, Tim David, on that shot. It was very well left by Rohan at the non-striker's end.
So going by history, usually at this point, Nepal would turn to a very experienced campaign in the form of Paras, who's on screen at the moment, to either bowl his medium paces, or at one point he actually converted to bowling off spin. But unfortunately, he doesn't bowl anymore because of an injury. So Nepal certainly could be feeling that just a tidy bit.
Probably, but there's so much talent in this side. I don't think teams come to a tournament. Certainly not Nepal. They've got a good cricket setup. They are a very good side. I'm sure they have the players. Paras's experience is going to come in very handy in this situation to get his players together and not let the game run away from them. But he's trying to see who the next bowler is.
The next bowler is A. Bohara. Abhinash Bohara. Abhinash coming around the wicket, bowling right arm around. Bit of a slinging action first ball. I haven't seen much of Avinash Zubin, but he's started off really well with the dot ball. Bit of a slinging action.
Interesting approach.
So he's bowling around the wicket with long on, cow corner, square leg, and a short fine. On the offside, Avinash has got a third man point, covers, a sweeper, and long off. So he'll be looking to bowl wicket to wicket. He wouldn't be want to be straying it onto the pads as there's minimal protection back of square. That's
an incredible shot by Rohan Rangarajan.
He's pulled that between long on and cow corner and absolutely smoked it. Great bat speed. Nicely played by Ron. He'll be targeted to come back for 2. And he does. Singapore certainly off to a great start here. Folks, if you've just tuned in, we'll give you an update after this ball. He's absolutely smashed that through long off. Another 6. Zubin Rowan certainly getting into his stride here.
He is, and when he's playing shots like that, when he's batting like that, conventional, he's got great technique. And when he keeps his shape, he's one of the best batsmen to watch in the Singapore circuit. It's when he starts to lose shape or tries something too much that he loses the plot. But
when he tries to overhit the ball.
When he tries to overhit the ball, absolutely. And that's what he's not doing here.
He's pushed that through to long gone for a run. So folks, if you've just tuned in, Singapore won the toss and elected to bat. They opened the innings with Surendra Chandramohan and Rohan Rangarajan. Surendra Chandramohan getting 2 quick boundaries before departing to Karan Casey, hitting him straight to point. Joined by Tim Davids, and both these batsmen have certainly dictated terms since then. As you can see on the scoreboard, Timothy batting on 37, Rohan Rangarajan batting on 41. Both of them accelerating probably in the last 4 overs, getting at least 2 boundaries and over. So Singapore on track to get a big total here. They certainly need to keep their composure. And in Zubin's words, keeping the shape.
Yes, and this is a ground where you get very good return for good batting. You don't need to be looking for those big slog sweeps.
Nepal have gone with Sandeep Lamichhane from the other end to where he started bowling to replace Basant Regmi. Rowan's absolutely smashed that past the bowler's head for another 6. He's certainly taking on Lamichhane. In Lamichhane's first over, he came down the track and he's done the exact same now. That takes him to 47 of 28 bowls. Zubin, I was going to say it's certainly difficult reading Sandeep Lamichhane of his hands because he bowls with a bit of a cross seam, similar to Imran Tahir. Not like your traditional leg spinner that holds it with the seam and bowls. Hence, picking up the leg spinner versus the wrong is certainly a bit of a challenge. But Rohan seems to be picking anything at this point.
I think not just Lamichhane, but even Regmi previously. I think what the spinners have done is given room to the batsmen. They've bowled wider of the players, and that's probably why or where they've been taken for runs. I mean, there's been very few balls that have been hit off the stumps, and even this last 6, the ball was flighted, which is good or fine, but it just had a lot of width. It allowed Rohan to free his arms.
That ball got the under edge, but difficult catch for the keeper.
The umpire at that end is Tabarakdar, who I had the good fortune of playing against when he was playing for Hong Kong and I for Singapore. We've had many an interesting tussle. Good run there, good pressure put on the fielder.
Hit straight to point for no run. 10 overs gone. Singapore 96 for 1. I would like to invite Kash Patel back into the comm box. Subin going for a bit of a break. Kash, welcome.
Thank you, Sharon. Good to have you back today commentating as well. I really enjoyed commentating with you on the Singapore versus Malaysia match. Very knowledgeable about the game, just like Zubin. It's Timothy taking strike to face Bohara, who went for 14 in the first over.
Rohan's gone for a lap sweep here, a wide ball down the leg side. So Abhinash has changed ends. He was, when I say he's changed side, in fact, he was bowling around the wicket. Now he's come over. Good intent from Rohan to try and get the ball over short fine. Tight single, but he's got back. So Cash, 97 for 1 after 10.1. 98 for 1, beg your pardon, after 10.1. Singapore will be very happy with that.
Yes, they would take that any day, and it's also just nice to see these two youngsters batting with such intent, with such positivity, especially Rohan, who's a local homegrown talent I was mentioning the other day. He's first played for Singapore when he's 15. Really happy to see him playing well today.
Great shot by Tim, straight to Paris at covers. I was mentioning to Zubin, usually at a time when Nepal usually needs a wicket, Paris, till up until the recent past, used to be bowling either his medium paces or off spinners. Nepal certainly will be missing his services from a bowling standpoint.
Oh, almost took Rohan out there. Young Tim that was smashed down the ground.
And that's not the first time Tim's done that. So Rohan's probably going to watch himself. It happened 2 overs ago as well. But that's what happens when you're absolutely creaming the ball to all parts of the ground. That incident reminded me of once where Inzamam hit the ball back to Moranan to Hayward back in Sharjah. That's a fantastic shot, but he's caught at short fine leg. Didn't get the connection that he was wanting, and the fielder was good to get around to snap up a really smart catch.
Yeah, and missing out on a well-deserved 50, really, but very well played by this young man, especially after that early loss of Surinder. I'm sure he's not happy with himself getting out.
Knowing Rohan, he'll probably be kicking himself. But this is the break that Nepal wanted. Nepal will be really happy to see the back of Rohan. This is an opportunity for Nepal to get some inroads into the Singapore batting lineup. Saying that we've got Manpreet Singh coming to bat, who looked really good last innings, and certainly a fluent stroke maker as well.
Yes, a very, very classy batsman. Manpreet Singh again brings a lot of positivity to the crease. Very busy young cricketer, always looking to rotate strike, which if they play well, or they played well for themselves, will work well for Singapore too, with Timothy at the other end, still looking to hit that ball hard and try to score those boundaries, and Manpreet can work his way in.
Absolutely. Manpreet's got a higher score of 155 in the Premier Division in Singapore. Certainly one of the key batsmen within the Singapore batting lineup. That was a massive wicket for Nepal. Rohan was playing really good cricket up until that point, and when he went a bit extravagant, it led to his downfall. But that's the way T20 goes, Cash.
Oh yes, and at only one wicket down, one would then say, you do have that luxury of wanting to manufacture those shots to get the extra boundaries.
Good ball by Abhinash to start off, a nice tidy Yorker. Manpreet just punts it down to long gone for a single.
100 is up for Singapore at the end of the 11th over.
100 up in
Exactly
10.5 overs. Singapore will be elated with the start. It's really important for them to carry this momentum for the next 10 overs. Abhinash coming round the wicket to Tim.
Hit down to long on for a single. He had to hurry down in the end. There's a bit of a ricochet off the stumps, and Manpreet was very keen to seal another single. Timothy was not interested.
That's how how hard he hit the ball, Cash. From the boundary, Deepak Ari has hit the stumps down on the full. Brilliant throw.
Very good throw indeed. 11 gone, 101 for 2. Sharon, what would be your target score from here?
Singapore should surely target a score between 210, 220 with the start they've got and the firepower that they have coming in as well. But it's important to carry the same momentum.
And what will be the minimum you would want? I was asking you the other day as well, but on this pitch today, I was told by Zubin this is only the second time it's been used. The first time as well was a high score in the Kuwait Qatar game. So what will be the bare minimum you would need?
A change in the bowling. We've got Sarad Wesaukar coming to bowl. Probably along with Paris, one of the stalwarts of Nepal cricket. Played, if I'm not mistaken, was born in the Middle East and moved back to Nepal, and since then has been an excellent servant to Nepal cricket. Bowling his off spinners here. Coming back to your question around the minimum score, Zubin, Cash, this looks like a 190 wicket. But saying that, this wicket is going to open up and certainly going to play a role for the Singapore spinners. But this certainly looks like a 180, 190 wicket at a minimum.
Yeah, and sitting at 1 or 2 for 2, you would one would expect Singapore to score at least that, provided they keep that same approach of wanting to rotating the strike and then hit those boundaries in between. To me, that dismissal of Surendran, and Zubin rightly pointed it out, that was to do with the nerves side of it too. When he hit those 2 back-to-back boundaries, he didn't need to go for that 3rd shot. So as long as they don't commit any of those mistakes in the rest of the innings, I think 180, 190 should be definitely on the cards.
That's exceptionally well played by Tim David. Full toss from Sarad. Hit between deep mid wicket and long on.
Cut the 2 fielders.
Absolutely split the fielders in half. Really well placed by Tim. Suddenly going really well for Singapore. 44 of 27. Really looking on song. Tim just rocking back and pushing the ball to deep mid wicket for a single.
Yes, you would definitely want Tim to go on from here. That
Singapore would certainly want him to stay right to the very end. Hopefully getting a good 80, 90 odd. But he's the sort of batsman that can really... Oh, great shot by Manpreet to backward point for a single. He's the sort of batsman that can absolutely change gear. Like just the other day, he was there for a short stay, like you mentioned previously, Cash. But the kind of cricket he played, you can already see that he's someone who can score really quick runs. And 45 of 28 has come relatively easily to him in terms of just nudging the ball around and playing conventional cricket. But if he goes big, he can probably accelerate even that current strike rate.
Oh yes, and as we've already seen as well, he can hit the ball hard. I saw him in the nets the other day. One of the players was giving him throwdowns, and the power that he had in his drives in the nets. At one point, I thought I hope the guy giving him throwdowns should go and wear a helmet, because if there's one which would have, slight mishit or something, the ball was just rocketing into the nets.
Sandeep Lamichhane has come into the attack, and top edge from Manpreet that goes over Paras at covers. So Sandeep Lamichhane coming back from the
Balestier Road end.
Balestier Road end. He started off at the Balestier Road end, bowled his next over from the Serangoon Road end, and he's back to the Balestier Road end.
Rangoon Road.
Rangoon Road's the other side.
Yes.
Apologies, folks. Tim's absolutely monstered that over long on for a massive 6. That's 6 in any ground.
Oh yes, definitely, and it's gone out of the ground, and there's lots of spectators here today at the ground, folks. As you can see, the scenery, a lot of Nepali supporters in the Singaporean contingent watching from the pavilion side, just being shown on your screens now, and they are absolutely ecstatic. They've been making a lot of noise as Tim is now on 51 of just 29.
Great 50 for Tim.
Well earned. Now he plays it to square leg for another single. Smart, intelligent cricket by both these cricketers, although Manpreet, my apologies folks. Early days at the crease for him, but he's rotating the strike and handing over to Tim. Again, just nudged behind square, the keeper runs around. One more single. As Zubin was mentioning earlier, even if they keep to look to score at least just one boundary and over and pull in another 3 or 4 singles, that should easily pull them through for that 180, 190 score.
Another googly by Sandeep, and it's really well played by Tim for a 4.
Smartly ran it down the ground.
Cash, usually teams within T20 or 50 over cricket tend to target the weakest bowler in the opposition for runs. This approach from Singapore to target Lamichhane has worked out really well for them so far.
Oh yes, Lamichhane definitely seems to be reeling a little bit from this approach.
That was the first flighted ball by Sandeep, and he got a bit of purchase from the wicket. That probably sends a message as well, to flight the ball just a tad bit and get as much revolutions on the ball.
Oh yes, I mean, and if you want to get wickets, you know, you have to do that. You have to look to do that, toss the ball up, slow it down a bit. Like you said, get those revolutions going on the ball. That's what's going to get the batsman tempted and also possibly make mistakes as well. If you're going to keep bowling flat and quicker, going to be very hard to contain and as well as to get wickets.
$122 for 2 after 13. Folks, if you've just joined us after the first ball, Cash and I will give you a quick rundown of the proceedings up until now.
As Sarat continues from the Rangoon Road end.
Well played to long off for a single by Manpreet. Singapore winning the toss, elected to bat, opening up with Surendra Chandramohan and Rohan Rangarajan. Surendra Chandramohan, after a couple of boundaries, skied one to point. Rohan and Timothy taking Singapore back on track.
Oh, he has absolutely smoked that one behind square for a 6.
The number of balls we've lost this tournament, Cash, has been unreal.
Indeed, it has, and if there's any kids who are watching at home, you want to come down after the tournament finishes today for a little treasure hunt with your parents around the park outside of the grounds. You're sure to find a few souvenirs for yourself.
And those staying in the vicinity, don't be surprised if one actually enters your doorstep.
Yes. The way Timothy is hitting them.
So yes, just to continue, so Rohan got a really well made 49, really took to the bowlers, had some absolutely towering sixes as part of his innings. He perished trying to play the lap sweep, getting caught at short fine leg of the bowling of Abhinash Pohara. Since then, Manpreet and Tim have been nudging the ball around and hitting the, I would like to say occasional, but it's actually not that occasional. It's been probably a big one every single over, Cash.
Yes, and again, any kids watching at home, this is the approach you should bring, especially into T20. The least number of dot balls, and if you can look to hit a boundary every over, you've got yourselves in a good position. You have to look to take on the bowlers.
Manpreet missing that one outside off stump. That was his bread butter shot, which is the inside out short over covers. Bit of a change to the field. Short third man and point and covers coming into play. Manpreet hitting that back of point. Bit of a misfield, allowing the batsman to go for one.
Looks very classy, Manpreet, when he plays those shots on the offside.
Certainly, with a lot of good batsmen, you can certainly see they have a little that extra time to play the ball.
And that's the key. That's the key. All you youngsters out there, always you should look to be watching the ball early out of the bowler's hands.
Tim David's asking for a change of gloves. Let's talk about Tim for a second here, Cash. Tim's obviously come from Australia. For him to acclimatize to the Singapore conditions, I certainly saw him a couple of times during the innings remove his helmet, and you could see sweat just absolutely pouring off his head. So kudos to him to actually acclimatize, come into the setup, and now obviously contribute to Singapore in a big way.
Oh yes, Singapore cricket is definitely enjoying the fruits of having him in the squad today. But you see, about the acclimatizing part, when you're in there, you set yourselves up with a nice score. The adrenaline just keeps you going. I'm sure he'll probably lose a couple of kilos by the end of the innings, but we'll have to quickly go and rehydrate. I had heard from Rahul Dravid years ago, in a typical test innings, and he used to sweat a lot. He would lose about 6 kilos in when you play those long test innings.
That reminds me of Mike Mitchell Stark conversation that not that I had, wish I did, but when he had an interview, he certainly mentioned when they tour India for a test series, they all come back about 8 to 10 kilos lighter. That's unreal. This is going to be really interesting. Basant Regmi, who went for 29 of 2 overs, has come into bowl, and he's your typical left-arm orthodox who flights the ball in, trying to tempt the batsman to a big one. I'm really keen to see how he goes here against Tim Davids. Bowled nice and flat, drilled down to long on for a single. He certainly would need to bowl a little bit more quicker to Tim Davids and maybe tempt Manpreet for that big shot with a bit of flight going.
Yep, let's see what he's going to bring in these next 5 balls. Nepal searching for that next wicket, and definitely Manpreet will be the first one to go to look to target, as he's just recently come to the crease. There it is. There's his inside out drive to extra cover for a single. Just looks elegant. Just absolutely love watching that shot when he plays.
But that was Basant Regmi again changing the approach and bowling that really flighted ball for Manpreet.
Tim would be fancying himself to take this all the way. 65 of 36, still about 6 overs to go.
Well bowled by Basant Regmi. Saw the batsman come down the crease and absolutely fired it into the batsman's pads, who played it really well towards long gone for a run.
played to long on by Manpreet for another single.
Really well fielded by Gyanendra Mala here at long on. Experienced campaigner with Singapore as well. Opening bat for Nepal.
Manpreet doing a really good job so far of rotating the strike and letting Tim to look to play the big shots.
Really well bowled by Basant Regmi again, really cramping Tim Davids for room, not allowing Tim to use those big levers.
Yes, powerful shoulders he has, young Tim.
Tim hailing from Western Australia, batting with a Bradbury bat as well, which is certainly manufactured in Western Australia as well.
Slightly moving the field there in the covers.
Full toss by Basant Regmi and caressed away to deep mid-wicket for 1 run by Manpreet Singh. The score's on 138 for 2 after 15 overs. Folks, if you've just joined in, just a quick rundown on the Nepalese team. Paras Khadka leading the side, followed by Gyanendra Malla, Sharad Wesokar, Basant Regmi, Sompal Kami, Dipendra Singh Airy, Sandeep Lamichane, Karan KC, Rohit Kumar Paudel, and, beg your pardon, Binod Bandari, and Abhinash Pohara. Cash, will you do the honours for Singapore?
Yes, as we will also have a change in the commentary box. Sharon will be taking a short break. Zubin joining us back again. Singapore today led by their medium fast bowler, experienced campaigner Amjad Mahboob, Ananta Krishna, the leg spinner, dot ball first up. Welcome back, Zubin.
Thank you, Ash. And we're in the business end of the inning now. The last 5 overs, Singapore have done really well to get to where they are.
That one again played by Manpreet through to sweeper for a single. Your ideal score, Zubin, from here?
I always thought it needed to be around, at least around 170, 180 to be competitive. It's a good batting track, and Nepal are a strong batting side, so they will need to make sure they put up something that's competitive. They're not too far from that, and they still have 30 balls left. A lot is going to depend on this pair here. They're well set, and what they make of the last 5 overs is very, very important. Sharad he's bowling well. If you see what he's doing, is he's hitting the ball into the wicket. It might appear as half trackers, but it kind of reduces the options you have.
Hit out towards cow corner for a couple there by Manpreet. Yes, you're right, and he's also bowling smartly. You saw the earlier shot from Tim as he was stepping out. He fired the ball a bit wider. It was a bit harder for Tim to get under it. In the end, he only managed a single with that one.
That's well played to deep mid wicket for one by Manpreet. Manpreet's he's a thinking cricketer. He's got a good head on his shoulders. It was almost like the right guy to come in to bat after the fall of Rohan's wicket. You needed someone who could partner with Tim and take the innings forward, and these two have batted really well as a pair.
So far, yes.
Very well fielded on the boundary there. Saved a certain 4. Saved 2 runs for his side.
Just look at that power that Tim had in that shot. I almost thought, to me, it looked like there wasn't much bat in it the way he played the shot, but it just rocketed towards the boundary.
It's a feature you find in cricketers who come from who've learned their cricket and played in Australia, is the timing, because they don't play with very heavy bats in Australia given the nature of the wickets there. You find players from the subcontinent using a lot heavier bats because they tend to play more of the front foot. You can see the timing that Tim has, and he's been timing the ball spectacularly today. He's on 70, and I'm sure Singapore are hoping he's not done yet.
Yes, as you can see, the Singapore crowd over in the pavilion. It's been some exciting cricket by this young fella. Very pleasing for the crowd from both sides, I'm sure. Crowds love their boundaries, and him and Rohan certainly given them a number of them today. Folks,
The bowler is Regmi.
this telecast is brought to you exclusively by Singapore Cricket Association and WEC Sports. Hope you're enjoying the coverage at home. Screamed straight down the ground by Manpreet for a 4. Ended up being a full toss, that one. Manpreet joining the party with Timothy with that boundary.
Great use of the feet there. He made that into a full toss and put it straight behind the bowler.
The best spot to hit if you want to get a boundary for certain. Another full toss, and this one for a huge 6 towards mid-wicket. As you can see on the replay, stepping down again.
Not the best of days for Regmi. He's been targeted by the Singapore batsman. He's given 45 runs. It's an interesting choice by Paras Kharka to give him that over, given that he'd already gone for about 35 in his first 3. But he's the captain. He knows best. The Singapore batsmen have batted him well as well.
They have certainly taken him on. He's lost control there a bit. That one also ended up being a full toss. It obviously plays into your confidence when you've been hit for 30 odd runs in your first 3 overs. Zubin, you played a lot of cricket.
Well, it does 2 things. It either eats into your confidence or you respond to it and you do something about it. I've always said this, the game never keeps going one way. If you've got something in you, you've got to be able to pull it back. And what's very creditable so far is that the batting side has been able to keep up the momentum. They've not let it slip, at least till now. It's been, I don't know what it is, but it hasn't been the most impressive bowling effort. It's been a lot of full tosses and balls that have been bowled wide of the stumps. You still have to score of them, but it's they haven't really tried to pick wickets. They've tried to contain, and this is a very hard ground to contain a batting side on.
Yes, with a deck like that, it's just going to be a batsman's day if you're not going to try to take those wickets, like you said. Another big hoik by Timothy.
That's a monster hit.
Definitely out of the ground.
It's gone at least 90 meters, if I'm not wrong. And this is quickly turned into a day that Basant Ringmi would like to forget.
Yes.
54 runs in his 4 overs. He's a much better bowler than that. It's just the caliber of batting that he's had to encounter today.
Yes, I'd have to agree with that, and it's cricket. I mean, you have those bad days, and you know, for those youngsters watching out there, as you can see, happens to the best of bowlers. It is about how you come back and keep working on your game to keep improving. Zubin?
Yes, you have to. And like I said in the very beginning, this is also the day you want to bring your A game to the ground. And sometimes it just doesn't go your way. That said, Nepal could pick up 3 or 4 wickets in the last 3 overs and, you know, stop Singapore 10 or 15 runs short of what could be a big score. You never know. This is a funny game, especially T20 cricket. It changes every over.
Absolutely, Zubin. And for all the Nepali fans out there as well, you know, just hang in there. Like Zubin said, cricket is a funny game. Things change in a matter of a couple of balls.
Is it Lamichane? Who's the bowler?
Nicely played out to square leg by Manpreet for a single.
Avinash Bohara, the bowler from the Serangoon Road end, switching back to bowling round the wicket to Tim, as he has done pretty much all day. He did that to Rohan as well. I think that's a strategy to the more aggressive of the 2 batsmen, where he's trying to cram them for room.
That's
out.
in the air, and a good catch taken down at long on by the fielder.
The end of a very good inning by Tim David. Tried to get on with it, and this is exactly what I mean by coming back into the game. That is just the break Nepal needed. That is just the break they needed. This is a very crucial wicket at this time. New batsman in, just takes the momentum away from the inning. And very well bowled, Avinash Bohara.
Yes, I think he held it back a bit there, which crammed him for ruin there. Timothy would have wanted to go on to score the big one, get the 100, but having said that, very well played indeed by the young man. As Chetan Surivanshi.
Not a bad guy to come in, Chetan. If he has a good 10 balls, we could see something spectacular from him.
It is his home ground as well.
And he hits a long ball, from everything I've known of him.
Oh yes, played for Singapore for many years. Did he play with you as well, or was it
No,
after?
it was
your
after
playing days?
I stopped playing.
I would love to hear some stories. Single taken by Manpreet from you, Zubin. You've been involved with Singapore cricket for many years, played and captained as well.
Yes, I started playing for Singapore in 1993, and I just come into Singapore about a year ago, and it's been a wonderful association. Oh, he's hit that in the air, and it's a brilliant catch.
not a happy outing for Chetan. Looking to
Very bold, very well bowled by Avinash Bohara there. He really held that ball back. He's turning the game in the space of 1 over, as I said a little while ago. Singapore need to finish well. It's not over. You know, the difference between winning and losing could be 10 runs.
Absolutely.
And that's why you don't lose your shape.
absolutely. Who's the new batsman at the crease?
This is a game about momentum. It's what momentum you take into the next inning. And Nepal are bringing the momentum back in their favor. Also, the psychological difference of chasing anything under 200 versus a 200 or more is, again, something very different. So, that's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot by
And a misfield there.
Manpreet. That's a cracker of a cover drive.
That's his favorite shot as well. And as I was saying earlier, it looks very classy when he plays too. Has a lot of time playing that shot, and rewarded with that boundary, which will be a welcome relief for Singapore in this over, having lost those 2 wickets of that of set batsman Tim, as well as Chetan Suryavanshi on the first ball, a golden duck.
Another beautiful hit. And again, we're seeing proper batting. We are seeing conventional batting, and we are seeing the way Manpreet is reacting to the ball rather than trying to make too much of it.
Yes. And what that just tells you, in fact, I was having this discussion with Aminul Islam, who was here as part of the ICC with the tournament.
Top player.
Top player and top gentleman.
Indeed.
And he was talking about this bit with this whole T20 and power hitting and all that, but also at the same time that if you play with that strong base, with that good technique, you can still score runs, which is what is going to help you, in his view, also to play for longer as well, because as you get older and the hand-eye goes a bit off, it's a lot
more
harder.
the eye than the hand, but more the eye, and it keeps you in the game, which is why you see people often look at A.B. de Villiers and they wonder what, you know, he's playing all these shots 360 degrees around the stumps, but that's an A.B. de Villiers, you know. That's not every batsman is going to be an A.B. de Villiers, and I think it's very important to know your own strengths. You look at Rohan and his dismissal today, it wasn't any of the conventional shots he played that brought his downfall.
Yes.
And you look at the difference in Tim David and how he batted and the shots he played. They're both immensely talented players, but it's just that difference of keeping your shape, playing good cricket shots, that makes the difference between a 40 and an 80, if you may.
Oh, yes. And this single taken by the batsman. The first ball was a wide, so 2 runs off 1 ball so far this over.
And that's sensible cricket by Anish. He's not tried to. He wants to give himself a couple of balls just to get a feel of the pitch. Chetan, I thought, went. He got done by a beautiful slower one,
Yes.
no doubt. I mean, it was very well bowled, and that was kind of the breakthrough that Nepal were looking for. Could be out.
Straight.
Oh, nearly.
And a 6. It was a good attempt by the fielder at long off.
That's one of the shorter boundaries, this down the ground, and Manpreet making full use of it. Again, a good shot down on one knee, hitting it straight down the ground. You can't do much better than that, and hit it over the bowler.
Oh, yes, and he's moved it on to 42. He was looking or asking for that wide there. Nicely bowled in the end by Karan.
Karan and Sompal Kami have been the pick of the bowlers for me. They both, especially Sompal, good thing he's had a good day. Otherwise, you never know what could have happened.
Fielder's running
Fielder coming on the
around
back,
and
he's
taken it. Out at mid-wicket or deep mid-wicket.
Well bowled by Karan. He tucked that in short. He's got a good measure of this track and he's bowled well. This is his second wicket.
Sitting at 182 now. 8 balls to go.
Anything's possible.
Absolutely.
I will not put this score past Nepal by any means. They're a very strong batting side and I would expect them to chase this. Singapore will have to bowl incredibly well and field even better and take all their chances if they want to make this into, because it's a good wicket. I called 180 a par score and that's looking it's looking like they've gotten to that as well. And
Played out to sweeper on the offside for a couple. So young Janak Prakash has joined Anish at the crease. He can tee off as well. I've seen him hit a few big ones, Janak Prakash,
He can,
especially
yes.
straight down the ground.
yes, he can. Well bowled again, slow one by Karan. And well played by Anish for a single.
19 gone.
Extra cover. 19 overs gone. 185. We have a game on our hand, folks.
Yes.
This will be a very interesting chase.
Indeed, Zubin, all of you watching at home, do stay tuned in. For the guys in Singapore, come down to the ground to watch Nepal chase. There's a lot of spectators here today, making a lot of noise from both sides. Quite an exciting atmosphere here at the ground. Beautiful day too. The sun is beaming, but it's not that hot as yet. Talking about earlier, as you were saying about Singapore will have to bowl and field well. With a score like that on the board, I mean, as a former player yourself as well, does that give you that confidence, bring in that energy on the field when you know that you're defending a big total? Or can it go the other way too? Could you end up being relaxing a bit? Ooh. It was a good attempt there by the fielder. Again, almost got a wicket, like you were mentioning earlier, the way Rohan got out.
Well, at this stage of the game, maybe. At this stage of the game, maybe. But not where Rohan played it and when he was well set on 47.
49.
49, sorry. You know, just think of what he could have done in the remaining 11 overs. It's what I call thinking big. Talking about your earlier question, I think there's two ways to look at it. If I'm the bowling and field, it all comes down to what I'm about to do. If I'm a batsman, I'm raring to go in and make a fist of that chase. And I'm sure each and every one of the Nepal players right now, the batsmen especially, are thinking and in their minds planning. They've seen the ground, they've been here for a week, they know what the wicket is playing like. So I'm sure they'll come in with a plan. They'll certainly have a plan. And beautifully bowled.
Lovely Yorker there.
Beautifully bowled. Bohra is turning out to be this could be a potentially match-winning performance for Nepal if they end up winning this game. It's the 4 wickets that he's taken, and I think I was mentioning this a little while ago when Sharan was here. This is not the kind of ground to contain a side on. You've got to keep picking wickets, And that's exactly what he's done.
Yes, the way Singapore were going at that 16 over mark, and to me it looked like 200 was going to be easy for them to get. But again, bringing back to what you were saying, a couple of quick wickets, and look at that now.
The game rarely keeps going one way. The game's like, you know, it's got these peaks and its troughs, no matter which side you are. And this is a bit of a mini trough as far as the Singapore batting effort is concerned. They still have 3 or 4 balls to finish well.
Yes,
if they can.
Hit down the ground. I think Ananta would not be exactly happy with that one as a full toss. Would have wanted to get more from that ball, one would have thought.
Yeah, but one of those difficult full tosses onto his body, very well bowled. I thought that was very close to probably the umpire calling it, but
very well bowled again, wideish.
you also got to remember that this is a final, so you know there's always the sense of occasion counts for 10 or 15 runs.
Oh yes.
Singapore were fortunate to win the toss. I think Nepal would have batted first as well.
Okay, this one's made the boundary. As you can see this or hear the Singapore crowd going wild there. Last ball 4 by Anish Param. Singapore finishing off with 191. Zubin, would you be happy with the score?
Well, it's runs on the board. Happy or not, I've got to put everything behind defending that. It's something I said at the pitch report. If you win the toss, put the runs on the board and then back yourself to defend the score. They've done the first part very well. I think they've exceeded expectations in the score that they've put up on the board. Now it's down to the bowlers and the fielding to see how well they defend. That said, Nepal are a very good batting side, and I would expect them to come hard at the Singapore bowling, chasing this total. And Singapore will have to play out of their skins to really make sure that they don't let Nepal get past the score.
Indeed. So folks watching at home, the second innings, Nepal's chase will resume in 10 minutes. So don't go away. It's going to be an exciting chase, as Zubin has mentioned just then, that Nepal is a strong batting team. This is Singapore's home ground. Definitely going to be an exciting second innings coming up. Please like and share the feed as well in your social media pages. And we will see you back in 10 minutes after a short break, folks.
Krishna Thamang.
Krishna Thaman, are you enjoying watching this match?
Oh, it's a fantastic day and we're really enjoying everybody. Our Nepal fans
So 191 runs put up by Singapore. Do you think Nepal can chase it down?
Yes! First of all, Singapore displayed a powerful batting today. They played really well, but we think Nepal will definitely prevail the target and we will win today!
All right, folks, as you can see here, Nepali supporters quite excitable, very, very loud. I hope you guys continue to cheer your team throughout the rest of the chase, and wish you guys all the best for today.
Thank you very much!
Folks at home, tune in for the second innings about to commence very shortly.
Welcome back, folks. Singapore have posted 192 on the board, an extremely competitive total in the decider. I'm joined by Zubin, back at the comm box again. Zubin, thoughts?
Very good batting effort. If you'd given Singapore 190 at the start of the game, I think they would have taken it. So this is an exceptional batting effort. It is a good batting wicket, and Nepal are a good batting side. So this is not going to be an easy score to defend. They'll have to bowl and field extremely well. But it is a final, and it's runs on the board. So may the best team win.
Singapore opening the bowling with Vinod Bhaskaran, left arm orthodox, coming around the wicket. The kind of bowler who steers the balls towards the batsman's pad, trying to spin it away. And Nepal opening the batting with the experienced pair of Paras Khatka and Gyanendra Mala. Lots of Nepal's hopes will be resting on the shoulder of the two opening batsmen, who have both done really well for Nepal. And here we go, first ball. And Gyanendra and Paras has played that off the back foot through covers for 4. Really good start for Nepal. Positive start. Vinod will be feeling a bit of nerves, Zubin.
I'm sure, and it's a new ball. There's not much turn, so he's got to get the line and length absolutely right. It's an interesting field, though I don't see any sweeper cover, which is interesting. You would think with the ball new and skidding off the surface, you'd want to back yourself to keep one fielder on the cover boundary and probably have only one back on the leg side, but he's opted for 2 fielders, 1 deep at long on and 1 deep at square.
And Paras goes down the ground over mid-off for another boundary. Positive intent here.
Very good batting.
Looking to dictate terms right at the very start. He tried to back away the second ball to caress the ball through the offside, but took the alternative option here to go down the ground.
See, that's exactly, I actually would want him playing across the line and not keep the fielder at square leg and invite him to go there rather than go downtown to a new ball, which is the easier option because it's not going to turn that much. And interestingly, Amjad has
really well fielded by Vinod of his own bowling. It's just to give the viewers a bit of a feel for what the field looks like. You've got a short third man, a backward point, covers, extra cover, mid-off, long on, mid-wicket, square, deep square leg, and fine leg.
well bowled. Good comeback by Vinod in that over, despite being taken for a 4 and a 6. 4 dot balls.
Bowling from the Balestier Road end will be Janak Prakash. Although a lot of people keep referring to young Janak Prakash, he is a seasoned campaigner, has been playing for Singapore in some high-profile games as well. So he's someone who comes in with experience as well.
Yes, and he's one of our exciting prospects. He's gotten better with the years. His pace has picked up, and this will be an interesting test of his mental strength, more not just his cricket abilities.
Starts off with a good length ball outside off. Well played by Gyanendra Mala towards backward point. You've got Rohan Rangarajan fielding at backward point. He's someone who does have an impact on the field. Not only does his batting come good for Singapore, but he's truly exceptional in the field as well, Zubin.
He is, and this is probably the fittest Singapore side has ever been. They've trained very hard, and that's shown in the fielding.
Played straight through to covers to Anish Param.
I'd like to see him get a little fuller and closer to the stumps. Those two balls have been, the first one was all right, this one is a little outside off, and Gyanendra still sort of finding his way into the innings. It's early days, he's only played 2 balls, but
Chanak strays it down the leg side, and batsman picks up an easy 4 runs. The pressure that was building onto Gyanendra Malla has sort of released with that boundary. The surface looks like an absolute batting paradise.
it's an interesting field setting again. We've got a short fine leg who is more square than he should probably be finer.
That's picked away by Gyanendra Malla off his pads, and it's clipped over mid-wicket for 6. Brilliant shot.
Brilliant shot there by Gyanendra.
He didn't try to overhit it, relied on his timing. Janak usually gets a lot of movement, especially towards the right-handers moving away, considering it's quite hot, not finding the swing.
I don't think anyone's getting any movement today. And that's where he needs to keep it. He's bowled on both sides of the wicket, especially 2 balls down leg side. This is the power play. You're not going to be allowed the luxury of fielders outside the circle, so you've got to be absolutely spot on with your line and length, which is where I thought Sompal did a fabulous job in the opening spell for Nepal. I mean, if he hadn't bowled as well as he did, who knows what the score would have been, as did Buhara. And he even got the reward of, I think, 4 wickets it was. So you got to really cramp, you got to bowl tight into the batsman, no room on either side of the wicket, and that's where
Janak strays it down the leg side, and he's been clipped again through fine leg for 4 runs. Both Nepalese batsmen getting into their flow, getting into their innings. Good positive intent by both batsmen. And after 2 overs, Nepal are 24 for no loss. Zubin, you touched on Sompal Kami. Post this tournament, he's going to be heading into the G20 tournament in Canada. So a really good find from an Asian perspective going into a global tournament, which is great for the game to see.
I think it's absolutely the opportunity for players to travel and play. I used to do that when I was 17, 18. I used to go and play in England, and I used to live alone. And it's a huge development process when you go and you live and you work with people you don't know, and then you learn to find your own way. There's a lot of development that happens as an individual with such experience. So fabulous for Sompal.
Powers going down the track and hitting that straight through to long on for a single. Vinod was lucky to get away with the first ball, but good comeback by him to dart the ball straight into the batsman's pad for a single on this ball. Vinod himself being a good find for the Singapore squad. Not only a handy left armer, but also good left-hand batsman who's able to rotate strike. This is the first ball. Gyanendra Malla will be facing off Vinod. Gyanendra trying to give him some room and trying to hit it through mid-off. Dot ball.
And that's what I meant by making the batsman play towards mid-wicket. It's not going to be easy playing square on the onside when the ball is new, which is why I feel that fielder at deep square leg is a bit of a waste. I'd give him protection on the offside, which is probably where they want to hit him when the ball is still new and the way he's bowling. Oh, that's not the best effort in the field. I thought he would go for it. Maybe I'm wrong. It's one of those games where you need to pull off a spectacular catch or have a blinder of a spell that kind of wins it for your team. And that's very good bowling by Vinod. He followed the batsman there, and Paras had no choice but to just play it back down the ground for 1 run. Good comeback this over by Vinod. Brings a bit of sanity back to the chase. The Nepal batsmen were going berserk in the first 2 overs. They raced away to 24. Only 3 runs of that over, so good comeback by Vinod.
The skipper of Singapore, Amjad Mahmood, into the attack, understanding very quickly that his young prodigy was struggling with the ball, and he's taken the responsibility to come into the attack to get some inroads into the Nepal batting lineup. Amjad, also a very experienced campaigner, usually amongst the wicket column for Singapore, has an excellent back of the hand slower ball, especially in the T20 format, that has done him really well.
I call him the wicked taking arm of the Singapore side. He can be a bit expensive sometimes, and his pace has dropped over the years, obviously, but it's all that experience he brings in, and he bowls a brilliant slow ball, which becomes the undoing of many batsmen. He's got a very quick action, arm action, and so the slow ball which he releases back of the hand becomes even more difficult to pick. Let's see what he has here.
Paras has hit it up in the air and he's caught.
And that's a big wicket for Singapore. Did I call him wicket taking arm of Singapore?
You did, Zubin, you did. And that got the bottom of Paras's bat, and he's caught at mid-on. Good catch by Surendra Chandramohan, and the Singapore squad are absolutely ecstatic.
That's a big wicket. That's a big wicket. And I think Paras got done by the pace of that ball. I think he expected it to come onto the bat a lot quicker, and it didn't. So early blow for Nepal, but then again, they're a strong batting lineup. They bat deep, and Singapore need to make sure they keep the pressure here. Good start by the skipper.
Absolutely. You see Sarad Wesokar coming in to bat. Again, another experienced campaigner, a stalwart for Nepal cricket. A lot of Nepal's success has been because of the first three batsmen for Nepal, which is Gyanendra, Paras and Sarad. But the Nepalese will certainly be feeling a little bit of pressure here. Good total on the board. The captain's out of the equation now in the game. Certainly a bit of a dent in the confidence.
Yes, they would have liked Paras to continue. He is their trump card in the side. The great Saurav Ganguly once said, in a final, in a 50-over final, you add 25 runs just for the pressure of the occasion to any total that a team puts up. And this is a T20 game, and the sense of the occasion is equal to another 10 or 15 runs on that total. So it's going to be interesting. Strong batting lineup. They've got to keep a tight line. And what's very important, what was very important about that wicket was that catch being taken, because had it not, if something happens, it just lets the whole team down. And this is where Singapore have been very...
And that's dropped at third man.
That's a great effort, but bad luck.
Short ball outside off. Gyanendra Malla trying to get that over backward point. Gets a fine edge towards third man. Great effort, but fingertips.
very hard to pick those shots. They drop on you very, very quickly, and it's hard to kind of figure. They're falling in front of you. All catches that either fall in front sideways are a lot easier, but when they're dropping in front of you or behind you, then they become that much harder. And this is not the kind of a spinner. This is of a quick bowler, so it's coming flat, but good effort in the end.
Ball outside off, left by Sharad. Amjad Mahbub bringing all that experience into play. 4 balls into the over, 1 for 1. He'd be really happy with that start.
It's what wickets does. It keeps pushing you back as a batting side, and what Singapore should try and do is keep the pressure on to keep picking up a wicket, and not just think of containing, because it's a very, I keep saying this every time, it's a very, very hard ground to contain a batting side on.
Another ball outside off, gets the edge towards third man, 1 bounce straight through to the fielder. Salador Vijayakumar fielding at third man.
Yeah, you could see he didn't want to go for that second shot that went in the air, given his experience with the first one, which was a fabulous effort. And he'd had one in Vinod's over as well, when the ball was hit high in the air, I think, and he kind of stopped short and held himself back.
Good first over by Amjad Mahbub, 1 for 2. Nepal are 29 for 1.
Is this a bowling change?
No, Vinod Bhaskaran continuing from the, I've been told it's the Rangoon Road end, and Vinod getting into his third over. Has done a really good job for Singapore so far, after going for runs in the first over, really contained the batsman in the second.
Well bowled.
Nicely bowled and well fielded, not giving the batsman any opportunity to rotate strike. Nepal should be a bit careful here. If the dot balls pick up, that can lead to a false shot. So they need to look at least rotating the strike. Well bowled again by Vinod, darting it into the batsman's pads. Not a very big turner of the ball, but gets the ball to move ever so slightly.
Which is probably why he gets the new ball. You know, he's very accurate. He's very hard to get runs off, and he bowls these darts into you, and you can see the pressure he's already creating on Sharad, who's a new batsman on strike. He's only played 5 balls. And I think what Nepal need to do is just compose themselves and play sensible cricket. What they don't want to do is give another wicket to Singapore at this stage. Even if they fall behind the run rate just a little bit, they can always pick it up. There's going to be the 4th and 5th bowlers of every bowling side. So see how they go and just consolidate for the next 5 to 7 overs. Oh, that should have been caught. Chance goes missing. As I was saying earlier, Singapore will have to field out of their skins if they want to win this game, and you know, a team like Nepal is not going to give you too many chances, and when they do come, they have to be taken.
The last 2 balls, Sharad trying to go inside out. Short ball by Vinod. But well bowled though. He saw the batsman charging in, darted into the pads for 1 run towards long on. That was really smart bowling by Vinod to Sharad. He could see that Sharad was trying to go inside out over covers and was not giving him any room, and that led to the false shot. Well played by Gyanendra Malla, straight down to long on for a single. Vinod's bowled his 3rd over, and
not a single ball has gone to deep square leg in the 3 overs till now. Sorry, I'm just going to keep harping about it. It's a field I would leave open and ask the batsman to hit through there. He's so hard to hit off the pads, Vinod, and he's given 3 boundaries on the offside. So that's probably where I should be giving him more protection. But it's worked so far, and Amjad into his 2nd over. We're going to have a change. I'm going to hand over the mic to Ash and take a break myself.
Good morning, folks. Good to be back in the commentary box. Sharon? Misfield there, behind square. Batsman managing to get
a thick inside edge towards shot fine, and it's run to the boundary for 4. So Nepal are 35 for 1 after 5.1 overs. Cash, but realistically, if you look at it, Singapore would have taken the start, considering the score on the board and the pressure that they've created with a few dot balls. They wouldn't be complaining at this point.
No, I certainly would agree with that one. So far, so good for them. Chasing 192, definitely a tall order, especially in a pressure game.
Short ball from Amjad, and Gyanendra Malla has pulled that over square leg for 6. Massive 6. Really good shot. He got behind the line, great swivel, and gets it over the square leg boundary for 6.
Amjad will have to summon all his experience. Amjad will have to summon all his experience now for the rest of the 4 balls. Already gone for 2 of the first, gone for 10, sorry, of the first 2. Let's see what he's got in his bag of tricks.
Gyanendra Malla takes Amjad over mid-off for another 6. He's certainly looking on song. What's really good about him, he tends to keep his balance really strong. He's very neutral on his feet, and he plays to the merit of the ball. Really good batting.
Yes, for all the youngsters out there watching, it's definitely a masterclass in terms of following the basics of batting, keeping the base strong, getting your head to the ball, getting right under it. That's where you're going to get maximum value for your shots. Folks, we have about 600,000 people overall at some stage or the other. Our feed has gone into, and
that's a brilliant shot again. Really waited on that, got on top of it, and caressed it through the offside between cover and point. Brilliant batting by Gyanendra Malla. He's certainly setting the tone for this chase for Nepal and bringing some momentum back in favor for Nepal.
yes, Amjad will not be happy with himself with this. Pitched some short balls in as well, which they've capitalized on. 2 more balls to come. That's the first dot ball in the over. You certainly would want to keep the next one to a dot as well, with about 20 runs already in this over.
Cash, I can already see the writing here. It's Nepal just on track now with their 20 runs, 51 of 5, getting close to the 6th over, going close to 9 runs and over. What's your prediction on a close finish here, Cash?
Look, it's certainly setting up well, like you said. Singapore has had a couple of fumbles, a couple of drop catches so far. If they want to stay in the game, they're going to have to definitely lift their fielding side of it as well a few notches, as well as with the bowling. I mean, you know, it's criminal to bowl short or give the batsman any width on this wicket.
Salador Vijay Kumar will be replacing Vinod Bhaskaran at the Rangoon Road end. Bowls off spinners, usually from around the wicket to the right-handers, cramping them up for room. Tends to again dart the ball towards the batsman's pads. Usually has a very tight leg side field, trying to encourage the batsman to play on the offside.
He's done well in this tournament, as he is. He's a consistent performer, and hopefully he holds on to his nerves in this crucial match and delivers for Singapore. Sharon?
It's important for the Singapore squad to keep Sharad on strike as much as he can. He's faced 7 balls. Nudged away behind square for a single. Sharad's played 8 balls now, scored 3 runs, and he certainly did not look too comfortable with the spinners. So from a Singapore perspective, Singapore might want to keep him on strike as much as they can. Saying that, Gyanendra Malla is someone who usually likes to dictate terms and has been going really well this innings, 37 of 19. So he'd be looking to take Salador on.
Yes, going to be a good contest, this one.
Salador's that ball was swept towards backward point, bit of a turn on the ball, leading to a misfield, and the batsmen were able to come back for 2 runs.
The Singapore players know.
And he's
what a
bowled him.
wicket! Through the gates. You miss, I hit.
Salador has cleaned Gyanendra Malla off.
A very crucial wicket here for Singapore. Brings them right back into the driving seat if they can keep it tight from here on.
I was just going to say, just before that ball, Cash, why do I feel there was something that's going to happen this ball? Should have said it. Should have said it.
Look, Sharon, that one, I think we've done a couple of those commentators' curse bits. That's why I've been holding myself back, actually, from really making any predictions. In fact, even just before the ball that Rohan got out today as well, I was just talking about how well he was playing, how well he's approached the game, and I was looking forward to his 50, and he got out. New batsman
Is Deepak Irie, right-hander, usually a good player of spin. Paras Khatka and Gyanendra Malla both back into the dugout for Nepal.
Yes, and obviously they're 2 best batters as well, and they've done well throughout the tournament too. And I'm sure the Nepal fans were also counting heavily on at least one of them coming through and playing a long innings. Quick single taken by Dipender Singh. Salador has done well so far.
Reverse way played, really smartly played, past, shot third man for 4. Smart batting by Sharad. He certainly had to do something to break the shackles. He was certainly going through a few dot balls. Pressure was sort of building, and that's the experience of Sharad coming into play. He's someone who's played for Nepal for a long time and has grown up the ranks of playing under 15, under 17, under 19s for Nepal, and he's come through that sort of a route for Nepal. Hence, he's bringing all that experience here into play.
Indeed. You're going to want to try to predict the type of ball?
Hit straight back to the bowler. Amjad Mahmood has signalled to Ananta Krishna, the team's leg spinner, to warm up. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's getting Ananta to bowl, which is the case. Yep.
Exciting young cricketer, Ananta as well, very passionate about his game.
Ananta usually a big turner of the ball. Bowls really good wrist spin, has a very good flipper.
Well, he's going to have to pull all of that out of his bag of tricks if he is to help Singapore's cause here. As I had started saying earlier, while we wait for the over to start, a win today means a lot to the Singapore team, and they very well know that. Ranked overall a few notches below Nepal. Nepal already is a team with ODI status, and a win here and going to the next stage for the World Cup qualifiers will be a big boost for the Singapore boys. Let's see what they've got coming up.
From a field perspective, Ananta's got a long on, a deep square leg, a mid-wicket, leaving the deep mid-wicket position open, trying to entice the batsman to go over the leg side, and a short fine leg.
Swept and swept fine for a couple.
On the offside, Singapore's got a short third man, a backward point, a cover, sweeper, and a long off. Good start by Ananta, getting it right up there, causing the batsman to create a shot. Really well bowled by Ananta, enticing the batsman to come down the track, getting the ball to dip, and the batsman fortunate enough to get a bit of an inside edge onto the pad. Really well bowled by Ananta, darted it onto the batsman's pads, got a bit of turn, and 1 run scored.
Now some intelligent bowling there. Saw the batsman ready and wanting to step out of the crease. Did that the first ball he faced off him as well.
For Nepal, it's important that both Sharad and Dipendra Irie stay at the crease. Sharad goes straight, and he's taken at long off.
A brilliant catch right on the ropes.
That was a brilliant catch by Janak Prakash at long off.
He's taken some good catches this tournament, young Janak Prakash, as you can see.
He's
leaping
left
high.
and take that over with one hand, Cash.
A la Steve Smith. What a brilliant catch. All the youngsters watching out there. A great lesson in boundary line catching. Masterclass there by Janak Prakash.
That was probably the catch of the tournament, Cash.
Yes, I would have to agree. As the new batsman comes into the crease, Rohit Kumar. Nepal's
Rohit Kumar Paudel, the new batsman. I've just been told, in fact I was part of it, I should have known, the same catch that Janak Prakash took, very similar to what Tim Davis took off the reverse sweep at point.
yes, Singapore versus Malaysia.
Yeah.
Yes.
Zubin earlier highlighted if Singapore had to get some inroads into the Nepal batting lineup, they had to field out of their skin. And just with that catch, it shows how it can actually demoralize the opponent.
And as he runs that down to long on for a single, and also lifts the morals of your team when your teammates see you do something spectacular, something heroic like that. Everyone will give in their extra 100% on top of what they are doing on the field.
Really well bowled by Ananta, just outside off stump. That's 8 overs gone, 63 for 3.
Definitely game on. I was going to ask you, Sharon, Nepal's batting depth, you've seen them play a couple more matches earlier. Your thoughts?
Nepal's got a deep batting lineup, and this is when associate countries play with each other, they usually tend to bat deep because of the caliber of cricket that you play within Asia. They all know each other well, similar type of batsmen, so they tend to bat deep. And the wickets as well in the subcontinent helps them to sort of bat deep as well, because they're playing in sort of similar conditions. Current KC, for example, batted at number 11 for Nepal and scored a 50 to get them over the line to get ODI status. So certainly bat deep and a good side.
Dot ball there, first up. Played down, straight down the ground for a boundary, cutting the two fielders into half. As I was saying earlier, if you want to maximize your chances of getting that boundary, got to hit straight past the bowler, hit it hard. Going to get it 9 times out of 10.
Good shot by Rohit, good intent. Even with Nepal 3 wickets down, they're still going for their shots. And he's hit it straight back to Salador, who's taken a cotton ball.
Brilliant, brilliant. He's more than made up for that drop catch earlier. And Nepal definitely in a spot of bother now.
My oh my, what are we seeing here, Cash?
Well, for Singapore from here on, they just have to keep their bowling tight, avoid those misfields. They will have themselves right in the game, I would say, all the way through.
The new batsman into the crease is Binod Bandari, the Nepalese wicket keeper.
Have you seen him bat earlier this tournament?
Not quite Cash, but I'm glad to see him batting now.
Well, Nepali fans will definitely be hoping that he goes on to score a big one from here for Nepal. Things are going to be a bit difficult, as you can see there.
Nudged away, back of square for a single.
Always a good relief to get off strike and get off the mark first up for a batsman.
Absolutely. Cash, you touched on this. I'll get to that in a second. Nudged away again through the onside for a single by Deepak Ari. Cash, you touched on what this means for Singapore in terms of an opportunity, and just by looking at a couple of the celebrations by the players, it just goes to show what it means to them as well. Singapore have obviously been working hard over the last, say, 12 months, trying to put in the... That's a great shot by
Binod.
Binod, caressed through the offside for a boundary. Short ball from Salador, brought back and taken him through the offside. Like I was saying, Cash, Singapore have obviously been training for a good period of time and putting the hard yards, especially with members who are a lot of working members and coming to train in the evenings, you know, from 6:30 to say 12 or even 1 at times to put in the fitness levels. So just it goes to show that if the hard yard's been done, how much of an opportunity it presents, one, to play good level of cricket, but also make an impact.
Oh yes, absolutely, spot on there, Sharon. And all the youngsters out there watching as well, a lot of you who are passionate about the game. We were talking about this earlier as well in the Malaysia-Singapore game. Almost, I thought there was going to be another catch behind square there, the way the ball ballooned up as he tried to paddle that towards fine leg. But yeah, that importance of hard work, the dedication, the sincerity, always pays.
That's really well bowled by
Very, very.
Ananta. He's the first bowler to get that much of turn on this wicket as well, and that is the impact a good leg spinner can make in a squad. They certainly go for runs at times, but they certainly pick you the key wickets that you need as well.
Oh yes.
Ambitious shot there by Binod, but again, he's looking to break the shackles. Short ball, hit straight through to sweeper on the offside. Well, Cash, we spoke about how hard the Singapore players have been training, but a lot of credit has to be given to the coaches and the support staff as well, who day in, day out try to make sure the right facility and the right infrastructure is in place for the cricketers.
Oh yes.
Well bowled again by Ananta. Gets the leading edge. Dot ball. So Bilal Asad, bowling coach, Fahad Masood,
Fielding
coach Mr. Rehan, Arjun Menon, Jamal
Yes.
D'Silva, Shoaib Razak, all of them spend ample amount of time. Well played by Deepak, just a turn, strike off. Really good bowling here by Ananta, really keeping things tight. It's great to see that he's making the batsmen think for different shots, on executing different shots, and getting them to be a bit more ambitious with their cricket, and he's keeping things simple.
Yes, that's a very important point there, right? Keeping it simple. When you know your game, back yourself to play it the way you do, and not taking anything away from young Rohan Rangarajan. The way he batted today was just absolutely sensational. But what got the better of him was that unconventional shot, which, like Zubin was mentioning, he probably should have tried a bit later in the innings. That 50 was his for the taking, and he missed out, unfortunately.
So folks, if you've just tuned in, Singapore winning the toss and batting first, scored 192. Top scorer being Tim David and Rohan Rangarajan. Great shot, well fielded by Tim.
Oh, brilliant effort.
At sweeper, keeping the batsman to 2 runs.
Yes, very good effort there by Tim. He's a tall lad, not that easy to run and get low on the ball to pick that up in the boundary, but very good effort.
That's a slog sweep onto the leg side. Fielder's getting underneath it, and he's caught it.
Whoa!
He juggled it a couple of times, and he's picked up the catch.
Another brilliant catch out there in the end. Who's taken that?
My guess would be Anish Param. Yeah, he's fumbled it a couple of times, and he's taken it. Brilliant catch.
79 for 5, Nepal. Singapore at this stage definitely in the driver's seat, unless Nepal can pull a rabbit out of their hat.
Nepal certainly needs something special from this point to get across the line. Singapore playing extremely spirited cricket. So folks, if you just joined in, Singapore batting first, scored 191 for the loss of 6 wickets. Tim David's top scoring with 77 of 43. Rohan Rangarajan scoring 49 and Manpreet Singh getting 42. For Nepal, Abhinash Bohara picking up 4 wickets and Karan Casey with 2. Nepal currently 79 for 5, opened up with Paras Katka and Gyanendra Mala. Mala scoring 39, Paras getting 12. And since then it's been single digits for Nepal. Great bowling by Salador. Good catching by Singapore to this point. They've certainly been quite energetic and quite spirited on the field.
Oh yes, they've made up for those early fumbles and a couple of drop catches in the beginning. Lifted their game. Skied high in the air.
High into the air, and Salah gets another one.
That's it. That's taken by Chetan Suryavanshi. Nepal 6 down. Singapore certainly will be confident from here on.
Absolutely, Cash. Just made me think about the different winners for the major tournaments. You had the World Cup in India in 2011, India triumphed. You had the World Cup in Australia in 2015, where Australia came up on top, and just the recently concluded World Cup where England came up on top. Could there be something truly called home ground advantage?
Yes, it used to be. It actually used to be a jinx before. It used to be a disadvantage, but it's definitely turned around in the last few tournaments, and it's rubbed off on this Asia final as well for Singapore. All you youngsters who are watching out there, some fantastic display of outfield catching there by Singapore. Even the one catch as the dot balls bowled that Anish took as well in the second ball of this over, he had that presence of mind to juggle it and still hold on to it.
That's a close one at the bowler's end. Nudged away by Deepakari. Backward square leg. The new batsman is the opening bowler for Nepal, Sompal Kami. Nepal are 80 for 6 off 11. I'll take a break from here and Zubin will take over.
Welcome back, Zubin.
Thank you, Ash. I have to admit, it was getting a bit excited out there. It's been a terrific performance. Singapore have really tightened the pressure, and they've caused the batsmen from Nepal to force the pace. And like I said, this is not one of those grounds which you can clear that easily. It is very misleading. You need to play good cricketing shots and get maximum value. That's a close one.
Yes, so did it hit him outside the line? I'm not sure, but yes, you're right.
Probably some bat in it. No, it
Oh,
pitched
it is.
outside leg.
Good ball.
Well, I was standing in the crowd, and when Ananta Krishna started his spell, I said this could be the turning moment in the game. And then Chetan Suryavanshi pulled off the most spectacular catch. I think that was a catch that met international standards of spectacular on the
Yes.
boundary. It was not the catch he took, but the way he landed back inside the rope that probably made it that. And I think that to me is, if somebody were to ask me what the turning point of the game was, it was that.
Oh,
It
yes.
was that catch.
You're spot on, Zubin. That's exactly what we were saying when that catch was taken, although we mistakenly thought it was Janak Prakash who took that catch.
Was it Janak?
I thought it was
Janak, I'm sorry.
Okay, so played out towards deep mid wicket. Very well fielded there by Surendran to cut that down to 2. Sorry, that was Tim. My apologies, folks.
Everything is going for Singapore at this point. They're fielding and bowling like a side on top. The dives are coming in, the balls are being stopped, and from here on, Nepal will need something superhuman to win the game for them, because this asking rate now is almost, or probably more than 12 and over, and it's a very uphill task from here with only 4 wickets left in hand.
Indeed, with all their top batsmen back in the dressing room, it's going to be a superhuman effort from the lower order batsmen. Straight.
That's a very good shot down the track. He used his feet very well and hit it for 6. Beautiful shot there by Dipendra Singh. He's not going to go down without a fight, and he's just showing that. It's something for the fans to cheer about, and it tells the Singapore team that this game is far from over. They still have 4 more wickets to get, and Nepal need exactly 103 runs from here.
Spot on there, Zubin. You just cannot afford to get complacent. You have to stay in the game all the way through. Sometimes, sitting in that driver's seat, sometimes you can get a little bit lazy, thinking we've got the game in the bag. I'm sure you'll be able to share from your experience.
Complacency. Yes, absolutely. It's been the downfall of many a fielding side from time to time, where the last 2 or 3 wickets have come and taken the game away. So Singapore need to be careful here and not let it slip out of hand.
Quick single taken.
Good fielding, good pressure.
Yes, slightly expensive this over.
But he still bowled a beautiful spell so far, 19 in 3 overs, and that 1 wicket of a spectacular catch
Oh yes.
by Janak, as I've been corrected, and rightly so.
Definitely good figures so far by Ananta. He's got good control. That's very important for a leg spinner. This Kumar bowling his last over. Starts off with a dot ball. He's been a consistent performer for Singapore over the years, Selador.
Well bowled again, keeping it tight. Only a single of that ball. This shouldn't worry Singapore too much at this stage. Dot balls and ones. It's as long as they can keep the boundaries down to a minimum.
Exactly. Zubin, Singapore will definitely not be bothered about the ones and twos every so often.
What Sompal and Dipendra will be looking for is the boundary. And, you know, he showed us in the previous over, Dipendra Singh, that he is no mug with the bat. He danced down the wicket. Ananta is not an easy bowler to step out to. He's tall, he's quick through the air, but the way he played that shot told you that there's a lot there as far as Dipendra is concerned as a batsman. He's a good player.
He's hit that out towards deep mid for a couple. Yes, that 6 was a very good display of that basics of batting, of you know, setting yourself up in that strong base. Oh,
Probably hit him outside off stump, the point of impact. And with Selador coming round the wicket, he's probably not going to get a lot of turn, and the ball's probably sliding down. That said, it's still a good shout. I've liked the umpiring in this game. It's been very consistent. And what I've liked is, what I've liked particularly in this tournament is that the umpires haven't been trigger happy. Something we've, you know, I think as a player, it's the one thing you want. You're fine with umpires erring on the side of caution than to throw it to the wind. Another good over by Selador. That's the end of his spell. 4 wickets for 25. What a performance that is by the off spinner. A great spell, probably a match-winning one. We'll see how the game goes, but excellent effort under the circumstances.
indeed, Zubin, very well bowled by Selador again. He did that in that game against Malaysia as well the other day. Some good consistent performances throughout this tournament. 4 wickets today, he'll be happy.
4 wickets in a final.
He's held his nerves.
4 wickets in any inning is a great return for a bowler, and in a T20 final of this magnitude, it is a huge effort.
Oh, for sure. Janak's come back in as a batsman taken. Okay, there's a bit of misfield there, which has resulted in a 4.
Bit sloppy on the third man boundary there. Just trying to get who the fielder was.
Exactly to, was it Surendran? No.
Surendran.
It was Surendran. No, actually it was Vijay Kumar, Seladori Vijay Kumar. And like we were talking, you know, you can't get complacent.
Yes.
Played out to sweeper. And a mix up there.
And there's the run out.
There was never a second run in there when the ball was hit out at deep extra cover. Dipender Singh, obviously understanding that they have to try and go for maximum runs every ball, took a bit of a big punt there. His partner wasn't interested.
I think it was Sompal who's run out. He was going for the second run. Dipender is now on strike.
Yeah, my apologies, folks.
That was Sompal who played that shot, and somehow they obviously did not communicate amongst themselves. But Dipender was quite clear from the very beginning that he didn't want the second run, but Sompal kept running, and even though he was fortunate, the throw went to the keeper, but
there was plenty of time with him.
There was plenty of time if he decided to come back, yes. But he just kept running, and that did it. Good take by Janak at the bowler's end. It wasn't not the best of throws by Manpreet on the bounce, but Janak kept his cool, caught the ball and took the bails off. The umpire clearly had no hesitation in giving that out.
Exactly. Just that importance of keeping your eyes on the ball. That's
and
what
keeping
it
your
is.
cool. Yes.
A wild swing there. Good comeback by Janak in this over after going for 14 in his first. $100 up, 100 for 7. Not looking pretty for Nepal. It was an interesting shot. There was like a swat pull.
He's a talented batsman, Dipender Singh. He's got so much time. The way he swatted that ball. Janak he's medium fast, and he dug that in. But the thing I've noticed in this inning in particular has been Amjad Mahboob's field placements, which have been pretty spot on. I know I was a little critical in the beginning of the fielder he had at deep square leg on Vinod's bowling, but other than that, he's got his fielders in the right place most of the time, especially with the catches. And that's another wicket. Looks like it.
Yes. Fingers gone up. Singapore crowds just absolutely going wild out there in the pavilion. I can hear the background noise in the background. Yep, there was a big deviation there, big deflection off the bat. Good simple take for Manpreet. Nepal 8 down. Singapore are definitely now right in with this one. It is from this point on going to be next to impossible for Nepal. What Singapore will be looking for now is to get those remaining 2 wickets and get them quickly to make it a big win for themselves. That's what they will be trying to do. 14 gone, 101 for 8. Folks, this live coverage is brought to you exclusively by the Singapore Cricket Association and Wii Sports. Hope you're enjoying our coverage out at home. A lot of work has been put in by the production team in bringing this together. As this game progresses towards close, do like the Singapore Cricket Association Facebook page as well. It's a wide.
Jana getting a bit carried away there. Bending his back, but losing control of his line and length,
Yes.
giving a wide. I think even the captain's going to forgive him at this stage.
Yes, I would say so. With this score and this number of wickets, you do have a little bit of a leeway of going away with a few loose ones. Finishes off with a dot ball. 1 or 2 for 8 at the end of 14. Exactly 90 runs needed of 6 overs.
You could probably discuss that if there was, a far smaller number in that wickets column next to the scoreboard. But given the number of wickets they've lost, I'm not sure how much of a chance. I don't know enough about Nepal or Dipendra looks good, but I don't know how much Basant Regmi can bat. It does look to be more of a case of how quickly Singapore can wrap this up now.
Oh yes, and it is also about the pressure on the lower order batsmen. They might be able to bat and bat well, but if chances are that you don't bat out there in the middle that often because your top order does well, in this kind of situation it makes it even more difficult. That's sort of pulled behind square for a 4 by Dipendra.
Vinod's got to finish well here. This is an older ball now. It's not the new ball that he was bowling with. So he probably needs to adjust his line a little bit and move a little more towards the offside, because the ball will come slower off the wicket, and that'll give the batsman enough time to place him anywhere on the leg side. It was okay. That line was okay when the ball is new, so he'll just have to make that slight adjustment.
Right about that, Zubin.
He doesn't mind that single, gets Dipendra off strike. No, he refused that run. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Dipendra is going to do a Mahendra Singh Dhoni now. He's going to farm the strike for himself
yes.
and then look to see.
There you go. He's been held to a single there by the fielder there behind square. But as you were saying earlier about Amjad's field placements, he's been good throughout the tournament. Even the game against Malaysia, he was spot on with his catches and the ones out saving the boundaries.
Well, I was telling Sharon earlier, I call him the wicket-taking arm for the Singapore bowling side. More importantly, what I feel is he's a very calm and collected individual. He's never ruffled about anything, and that's something that comes naturally to a player, and especially a leader.
Yes.
I'm personally a big fan of the leaders who can keep their calm in the storm, and he seems to have that, and that's the end of
Dipendra Singh.
Dipendra Singh. Stumped off a wide ball, very well bowled. He saw him charging and bowled it wide down the legs, and a brilliant take by Manpreet Singh.
Yes, he
to
has.
get that stumping.
He has done a good job behind the stumps, Manpreet Singh. Brilliantly taken.
This reminds me of a stumping in the '96 World Cup. Tendulkar was, I think, batting on 96.
Is this
or
a semi-final?
no, this is the game against Australia, and Tendulkar was going all guns, and Mark Waugh was bowling off spin, and he had him stumped off a wide ball. He saw him charging and bowled it really wide of the off stump, which was it's etched in my memory. And this was again very good bowling by Vinod. He saw the batsman, I think, and he just slipped it down leg side to
No, very, very intelligent bowling there. And talking about when you talked about calm leaders and having that aspect, which is quite important for all the youngsters out there as well. If you want to lead and lead well, Zubin himself captained Singapore for a number of years. So some good pearls of wisdom there, kids, if you want to learn to lead well.
If you look at some of the best captains in cricket, you will notice that they give very little away from the emotion on their faces. And I was reading Shane Warne's book, No Spin, recently, and he rates Mark Taylor as one of the best. Alan Border and Mark Taylor as the two best captains he's played under. And
that's
the end. That's it. Singapore
has wrapped it up. Fantastic, fantastic win for the boys. As you can see, the celebrations, all them going wild out there. The crowd is just loud cheering them on. Singapore are the champions of this ICC T20 World Cup qualifiers Asia final. They'll be going down to Dubai, I believe, in September to play the next round, out of which 6 teams will progress to Australia next year in October for the T20 World Cup. Well done, Team Singapore.
Spectacular win. Very happy for the boys. It's been a lot of hard work by a lot of people, not just in the team but even behind the scenes. And a huge congratulations to all the people involved in the association, in the coaching staff, the support staff, all the administrators of the game. Spectacular effort. Congratulations to Singapore.
Folks, stay tuned in, because we will also bring you some interviews with the players. We will try and do that for you. And we will also have the presentations coming up too. This has been an exciting win for Singapore. We will definitely try our best to talk to a couple of the players. At the same time, folks, I would also like to thank my fellow commentators, Zubin, as well as Sharon. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring this game to you guys out there on your screens. Hope you enjoyed the coverage, Zubin.
Thank you very much. Sheer joy being here, and congratulations once again. Commiserations to Nepal, but a huge margin of defeat there. Very well played by Singapore.
In, folks.
4 and turned out well.
Definitely. And going into this game, big game, obviously it carries some amount of pressure. You went in there, in the very beginning you played very smartly, rotating the strike, and then you just really took charge. What was the plan you had for yourself today, batting?
The whole idea was just to bat the first 6 overs, try and get like 50 to 60 runs, and after that just whatever I score is the bonus for the team. And we lost Surain like early on, so I told myself that I just had to bat with Tim. If we can take it long till 14, 15 overs, the next few can score and we can score big.
No, very, very, very well played today. After that game against Malaysia, I remember I was telling you I had given you commentator's curse that day. You're getting out on a duck, and I did a little bit of that today as well, because when you're on 49, I was saying in there that I'd love to see him go on and score the big one. There was a shot that personally I haven't seen you play that shot. Is this something you've added to your repertoire recently?
If it connects, it goes. That shot is basically just luck. So that's what I did. They got the fielder up from fine leg to. He was inside 30, so I thought if I could hit it, it's going to go.
And for all the youngsters who are watching out there, after you hit that shot and you got out, were you still happy with yourself, or did you think to yourself you should have played it differently?
Nah, definitely disappointed. I should have gone through. Should have gone all the way till 20. I could have scored 70, 80, and maybe you could have even scored 220 at the end of the day.
And that particular shot, though, after that, did you feel that you could have played a different shot, or would you have still played that same shot with that ball?
I was on 49. Could have just knocked it around for a single, gone that 50, and then have license to kill.
Fair enough. Anyway, very well played, Rohan. As I keep telling our viewers, I'm a big fan of Rohan personally as well. To come out and play like this in a crucial match, helping your team to the next stage. Really, all of us are proud of your effort, and we wish you all the best in your next journey, which is in Dubai. You guys will be working very hard. It's going to be very exciting. All the very best, and well played.
Thank you, Cash.
Folks, just stay tuned in as the presentations will commence shortly. We will also try to bring you some more players who we can have a chat with. I'll try to see if I can get hold of Nepal, one of the Nepal cricketers as well. Stay tuned in, folks. Having made out and played in the IPL as well as in the Big Bash League, Sandeep, would you like to share a little bit about your journey with the audiences that are watching out there?
Our journey has been fantastic so far, but a bit disappointed with this tournament. Only one team who can qualify for the World Cup, Global World Cup qualifiers. So, yeah, it was tough competition, and congratulations to Singapore. They played really well, and we were nowhere close to them in this game. And from bowling to fielding to batting department, I think we were nowhere close to them. And they showed like they have that faith in themselves. So I think they have done a brilliant job today, and very much would like to say thanks like everyone, including all the members from ICC for this tournament, and all the best for Singapore team.
No, thank you so much for that, Sandeep. The presentation is about to commence. Just one last question for all the youngsters who are watching out there, who want to go out there and play at that level that you have managed to do. What is the one crucial piece of advice you would like to give to them?
Yeah, I always believed in myself, and I think honesty and the hard-working part of your life will decide your journey. And I think if you are very much honest and very much hard-working with yourself, you will go a bit further ahead.
Folks, some really good pearls of wisdom there by Sandeep. You yourself are still in very early days of your cricketing journey, still very, very young, many years ahead of you. So all of us, we would like to, on behalf of everyone here, would like to wish you all the best in your cricketing journey, and we hope to continue to see you performing well for many more years to come. Folks, Sandeep Lamichhane from Nepal, thanks for taking the time. Don't go away, the presentation ceremony will be commencing shortly. I have with me here the president of the Singapore Cricket Association, Mr. Mahmood Ghaznavi. Over the last few years, he's the man with the vision and the team who has executed a lot of planning with the Singapore team. I would love to hear your thoughts. Firstly, on the win itself. What does that mean to Singapore cricket?
I think this is a tribute to bravery. There has been a great deal of energy generated by people who are working behind the scenes and putting in a lot of effort in analysing what is required of this tournament and preparing and taking all appropriate steps to move in the right direction. For example, we've got the usual method of sending our teams overseas prior to a tournament so that they can all bond together, but this time around we did the reverse. We got a good set of people to come from Pakistan, first-class players, and they really tested our players over 15 matches. The kind of bowling that they produced, the spinners, the quick bowlers, the medium pacers, they really challenged our batsmen, and I dare say that it is because of this thought process that we had put in that allowed us to really be in top preparation mode in respect of this tournament. So that's a salute to bravery, that's a salute to preparations, that's a salute to forward thinking. And I think the SCA staff, the coaching staff has got to be given a great deal of praise in this respect.
Definitely, 100% agree with that. And you have behind the scenes been that influential in bringing all this about, bringing in the right staff, these facilities, the amount of effort that goes in. I mean, it's been a masterstroke to me, bringing in these lights at the Singapore Indian Association ground after a big battle to keep the Kallang ground, which we couldn't keep in Singapore cricket. Tell us some of that planning that has gone into this.
You see, we realize that we need resources. There's no doubt that a team that wants to reach a certain level has got to get a certain amount of assistance. So there's no doubt that without a cricket playing ground, without a cricket playing facility, we had to think out of the box. So the lights came in as a very, very good solution. We had taken out of the equation the inability of players to train during office hours, and in the evenings when work is already completed, our players are all amateurs, and we've got them to come down here and gel as a team. Actually, it turned out to be quite a fantastic scheme of things, where every evening you've got the Indian Association under lights, and the entire team is bonding. The entire team is made to understand what they require, what each player requires, and I think this has been a great team. Nothing to do with anyone personally. I think it's a whole team effort. The whole Exco has played a very good role. The coaching staff has played a good role. The SCA admin has played a good role. And all in all, we are very grateful that we've got cohesion in the entire spectrum of people involved in pushing Singapore cricket forward.
No, very, very, very well said. Mr. Ghaznavi, is spot on. Like the true leader that you are. It's about the team, and bringing that team together to work in cohesion, and done a fantastic job. I wish you and your team, further success. Going forward as well. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us, Mr. Ghaznavi. Folks, just one final word from Mr. Ghaznavi.
Thank you so much and for your assistance as well.
Absolute pleasure, always. Folks, that was Mr. Mahmood Ghaznavi, the President of the Singapore Cricket Association, talking to us, and the presentation ceremony is now just about ready to commence. Another minute or two, so do stay tuned in as Team Singapore lifts the trophy for this ICC World T20 Qualifiers Asia Final, which takes them through to the next tournament in Dubai. We'll be back shortly with the presentation.
All welcome to the presentation of the ICC T20 Asia Finals, where 5 teams competed in Qatar, Nepal, Kuwait, Malaysia and host Singapore. Firstly, commiserations to Nepal for putting up a fantastic performance this week. And massive congratulations to Singapore. We've had some great quality cricket this whole week, played in the right spirit, and I'm sure you've all had that camaraderie come through with all the teams. Before we go ahead with the presentation ceremony, I would like to introduce our presentation party. Starting with the CEO of Singapore Cricket Association, Mr. Saad Khan Janjua. Can I also request the Honorary Secretary of SCA, Mr. VP Jyoti, to come on board as well, please? Can I also request the Honorary Treasurer of the SCA, Mr. Manish Muralidharan, to come on board? Can I get Mr. Ajmal Rashid, who is the individual club representative, come on board as well, please? The Vice President of the Singapore Cricket Association, Mr. Siva Santanam. The tournament director from the ICC perspective, Mrs. Nitisha as well. The Deputy President of the SA, Mr. Subir Ghatak. And lastly, the President of the Singapore Cricket Association, Mr. Mahmood Ghaznavi. First off, can I invite Mr. Saad Khan Janjua to present the souvenir to the match referee, Mr. Manu Nair.
Well organized. Thank you very much. Okay.
Can I invite the the Honorary Secretary of SCA, Mr. VP Jyoti, to present the umpires with their souvenir. Starting off with Mr. Budi Pradhan, please. Can I get Mr. Kalidasan as well?
Kali!
And the last of the officials, Mr. Tabarak. Thank you, Mr. Jyoti. What an exciting finish to the tournament. Who would have thought it would actually come down to the last day and Singapore and Nepal battling out, called Battle Royale. Singapore winning the toss, batted first, put 191 on the board. Fantastic inning by Timothy Davey for 77. Some high hits and some massive shots out of the ground by Rohan Rangarajan for 49. And a really good finish towards the end by Manpreet for 42. For Nepal, we had Abhinash Bohara for his 4 for 35. And Karan Casey for his 2 for 26. Before I introduce the man of the match, which I'll keep for just a little bit of a suspense, can I invite Mr. Paras Khatka, the captain of Nepal, to have a chat with us. Paras, tough luck. What did you expect coming into this match, and how do you now reflect back and think about it?
I think Singapore were fantastic today. I think from the ball, from the start of the game, they batted very well to put 190. It was a fantastic wicket to bat, so I mean they made the most out of it. And even for us, we didn't bat as well as we should have, because we thought that on that wicket that score was still chaseable. But having said that, things didn't go well today, and as far as we're concerned, we haven't played our best cricket this whole tournament. So hopefully we can come back stronger in future events. And congratulations to Singapore cricket. I think it's a big day, going into the global qualifiers, and hopefully they can come up with a good performance and then keep shining.
Where do you think it went wrong in today's game?
I think we should have, bowling wise, yes, we can say that, we could have bowled in better areas, but having said that, they batted exceptionally well. So for us, it was about batting well, and it was a good wicket. It's as simple as that. We just didn't bat well, and if you want to go into the global qualifiers and you have this dream of playing the World Cup, you should be able to chase down scores like 190. But unfortunately, it just wasn't our day today.
Fantastic. And lastly, having been part of this T20 journey in the past, what advice can you actually give to our emerging Singapore team with regards to the big tournament that they're going to be playing in the future?
I think it's just about working hard. I'm sure these players are putting a lot of effort, and it's just backing yourself. I think, associate cricket is very, where there are days when you are very disappointed one day and you could be on a very high the next day. So you need to stay stable, keep pushing yourself, and eventually it'll happen. I think for Nepal cricket, where we are today, we worked very, very hard to reach where we are today. So even for Singapore cricket and all of the associate countries, you just need to keep backing yourself, keep pushing, and every day is a grind, and just keep motivating yourself to do better.
Perfect. Now, Paras, you've been a great ambassador for Nepal cricket, and I wish you all the best going forward. Tough luck and all the best.
Thank you.
For the fans out here, can I get the captain of the Singapore cricket team, Mr. Amjad Mahboob, on board? Before we get to the game, Amjad, what would you like to say to the to the huge number of fans that have come during their weekend, taken time off to support the Singapore cricket team?
I would like to thank all of our viewers who come and support us. Thank you guys. Thank you very much for your support. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Personally, who has played a huge part in your journey in this tournament, and also with regards to the support staff and the players, what would you like to say to them?
I think it's not a one person's effort. It's all team effort. All the teams play very well. They play like a unit. We work very hard. Our coaches did a lot of work hard on us, and thanks to our God, we pay them as a winner.
I'm sure. And lastly, what can we look forward to Singapore cricket doing with regards to going into the qualifiers, and what can the fans expect?
Inshallah, we are very confident the way we will play this cricket. Hopefully, we will do more hard work and we will go for the next tournament. We'll win the tournament.
I am actually going to retract and ask you one last question. What do you think was the turning point that gave you the belief that this team is going to win today's game?
I think first of all, the Timothy David plays fabulous innings. They give us very good total on the board, and after that, all the bowlers put great effort on this match, and I think overall it's a team effort game.
Congratulations, Amjad, and I wish you all the best. Yeah. Folks, I'm not going to hold you too long for you to know who the man of the match for the game for today was. You had some spectacular performance, but for his 77 with massive hits around the ground, Timothy David. Can I get Mr. Manish Muralidharan to present the award, please? Manish. Hey Tim, don't go just yet. Tim, firstly, welcome to Singapore cricket. How good has this been for you?
Yeah, it's been great fun. Obviously, we've had a great result today, and it's really pleasing that the team been able to do a good job.
Can't hear you.
Coming from the bouncy wickets of Western Australia to subcontinent pitches, I was just talking about during commentary how good you've sort of adapted to the conditions over here. So, what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it's pretty different, but I guess that's part of your job as a player. You've got to learn to adapt and, I guess, execute your skills in different environments, and thankfully today I was able to contribute to the team's success.
That's fantastic. And lastly, what sort of mental effort has it gone behind the scenes with the team, the talks, and what credit can you give all the boys around for this tournament?
Yeah, it's an entire team effort for us to win today. Everyone contributed. All the coaching staff have been amazing with their support. So, it's a whole squad effort. So, yeah, it's really pleasing.
Thank you, Tim. No, thank you very much, and congratulations once again. Can I invite Mr. Ajmal Rashid, the individual club representative, to present the best bowler for the tournament? Taking 12 wickets in the tournament, the best bowler is Iqbal Hussain from Qatar. Thank you, Mr. Amjad. For the Best Batsman Award, can I invite Mr. Siva Santanam, the Vice President of SCA? And you're not going to be surprised with this, 129 in 3 innings, Timothy A. David. Thank you, Mr. Siva. Can I invite the tournament director, Mrs. Nitisha, to come on board to present the Player of the Series trophy? for his 143 runs and 4 wickets. It's Mohammad Kashif from Kuwait. Thank you, Nitisha. Can I invite the Deputy President of SAA, Mr. Subir Ghatak, to present the runner-up medals to the Nepalese team. Can the Nepalese boys please come one at a time just to collect your runner-up medals, please? Nepal putting up a great performance this tournament, coming into the final with a lot of confidence. The only defeat being to Qatar. Nepal being an ODI nation, a lot of experience under their belt. Surely the loss would hurt, but they're a quality side that will come back stronger for the future tournaments to come forward. Thank you, Mr. Subir, and thank you, Team Nepal. Can I invite the President of Singapore Cricket Association, Mr. Mahmood Ghaznavi, to give the Champions Trophy medals? And can I get the Singapore boys to come one at a time to collect your medals, please? Starting off with Ahan Achar, left arm spinner. Then you've got Vinod Bhaskaran, left arm orthodox as well. Timothy Hay Davids, also the best batsman of the tournament. Ananta Krishna, leg spinner of the squad. Rohan Rangarajan, dashing opener for Singapore. Chanak Prakash, opening bowler of the squad. Naveen Param. Chetan Suryavanshi. Surendran Chandramohan, the man with the first 50 for Singapore. Anish Param, Reza Ghaznavi,
So, bhai, he's going to announce now.
Already announced. They give the medal already announced. Okay.
Apologies, folks. There's been a bit of a miscalculation, but by runner-up terms, it's actually Qatar that is the runner-up of this tournament and not Nepal. So just clarifying that. Just to end this, can I get Mr. Mahmoud Ghaznavi to present the Champions Trophy to Mr. Amjad Mehboob of Singapore? The Singapore squad can join for a nice group picture.
Come everybody. Rest, get in front. Get in front. Rest, Bilal bhai. Asma. Saad bhai. Hey. One team photo. Sir, one team photo. Okay.
I do it. Next up, I would like to invite Mr. Subir Ghatak to present the runner-up medals to the Qatar Cricket Association. Can I get the manager for the Qatar cricket team and the supporting staff to collect the medals, please? Mr. Subir. Can I get the other two members of the supporting staff to come forward, please?
Boss. My Facebook, Jangir. Kamran.
Say that on the behalf of the team they are collecting this also.
And Kamran. Iqbal, can you also collect the medals on behalf of the entire team, please?
Well done, boss.